Hey, Sissy, real quick, can you turn on that light for me, real quick? Uh, what's up, what's up, what's up, people? Hello, happy Monday to you. Hopefully, your Monday is off to a decent start. Um, we got a lot to talk about as usual, which I think is going to be the case from now until, I don't know, we're all done with, right? Um, I'm actually excited for today's live. I was live a lot yesterday on my platform and other people's platforms. Um, I'm kind of excited to dive into some things. Still getting organized. Good morning, Candy Kiss. Good morning, Farah. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate you. Thank you all for liking and sharing, doing your daily heart music. If you were on TikTok, if you were on Substack, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or any of those places, say hi in the chat or I will not know that you are watching. If you are on Substack, I can't see your chat. I hate that and it sucks, but I am very glad that you are here. If you are watching me on TikTok, do your daily heart meets, share, like, do all the things. And we're going to get going. I need to plug up my computer before it died on me. So there's that. What's up, Blessed and Grateful? Hey, Dana Do. What's up, Cecilia Within One Heart? Penny GF. Good morning. You know what's funny is the trolls have now decided that since the DSA is gaining momentum in the United States, I must be part of the DSA now. It was that I was a Democrat. Now it's I'm a DSA. They can't really fucking decide where I fit, and that's great. You want to know why? Because I fit nowhere, and you guys are not very intelligent. I just that nothing else I can say about that. Good morning, Sherry. How are you? Um, Paid political live sponsored by DSA. Paid troll by whoever the fuck, and we don't care. How about that? Paid fake account by whoever the fuck, and we don't care. Good morning, Tim. What's up, Burke? How are you? Right, like who cares? Good morning, Bay Bobby. How are you, Auntie Tinker? Amy, good to see you. What's up, Be Action? What's up, Rashawn? Good to see everybody. Hey, Yvette. I mean, I don't know. I need for y'all to come up with something new. Come up with something new. Good morning, Tara. Um, good morning, Kimber. Right, Penny GF, 100%. You know what? Coffee sounds great, but I have a Red Bull this morning. I'm actually excited. So I do coffee better when it's cooler, right? And I'm kind of excited that fall is coming because I like my coffee during that time. So, yay! Soon it'll be here, and I'm okay with that. Just so that you guys know, we are sitting at. That reminds me. Let me put this up really quick, really quickly. Give me a second, and then if I could get this right, that'd be amazing. So I'm just gonna stick that right there. How about that? I do. I love autumn 100%. So I'm glad that you guys are joining. I've got three main topics. Stop if you're not ready to lose summer. Listen, when you got heat indexes that are like 103, girl, I'm okay. I'm okay with saying it was good. But like I'm not attached to summer for real. I'm not trying to hurry it up. Come to Maryland. Yeah, well, and there are plenty of reasons why to do that, but I'm just saying, yeah, the West is on fire, the South is on fire. Tired of sweating. Yeah, your weather is bipolar. I get it. You wish fall would come to Texas before October. Yeah, you guys don't get it until late, but I'm ready for it to kind of start. Yeah, I don't like extreme cold. I don't like extreme heat. Just give me kind of middle of the road, and life would be great. In other words, if Texas weren't a shithole, if Florida wasn't a conservative shithole, it might be a great place to be. You're in a relationship with your air conditioner. That's funny. All right, so let me just say this. Very quickly, one of the tricks that African said the other night, African Knight said the other night was to everybody hashtag Obama. Apparently, that is supposed to help push you out to the algorithm. What does that say about us? That it's Obama that brings people It's Obama that brings other boys to the yard. They hate him all the time. I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah. So, couple of things that I want to share with you all. In 1 week, the podcast relaunches. Things that you could do ahead of time to be ready for that is go to any of your favorite podcast platforms, whether that's Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, whatever it is, and go to The Dani Cook Show and listen to the previous episodes, download them, share them, do all of those things. That is helpful. This is the relaunch of the podcast. I'm only going to be able to do one episode a week because, yeah, I when I first launched it, it was two a week, and we were crushing it. But I can't. That's not sustainable, especially right now. So one episode a week, and that is what we will be. So yeah, so there's that. Next, let me also say to you, these are the things that we're going to talk about today. We may venture into some other areas. I have some things pulled up to talk about today. But Christian nationalism, Christian Zionism, and Israel are the greatest threat to the United States of America, and I really do feel that way, 100%. And we can discuss the reasons why I feel that to be so. Good morning, Cheryl. And we're going to talk about the NDAA Section 219. We have to talk about the West Bank. The West Bank is an absolute horrendous shit show right now. We have to talk about that. I will tell you, what's up, Shimmy Shimmy Cocoa Pot? I will tell you all this. I went looking today at my stats in TikTok, which I don't do often. And the vast majority of my viewership is the US, right? 90% of the people that watch me are in the US, okay? However, anybody want to guess the countries that are in the top, the rest of the remaining top three? Anybody want to guess? What do you think the other percentages of viewership is? Tara's got it. Israel. How about that? People that view me, Israel, Canada, and the US are my top three. I found that to be really like interesting. Yeah, top three. And then there was this grouping that just said others, and the others accounted for like 5%. But okay, bro. I don't know if you all saw so I was live last night on TikTok. And if you're not on TikTok, maybe you didn't know that, but I was live last night. The US, Canada, and Israel, those are the top three. And so I was live last night with the same topic up, and I had a couple of people from Israel that joined my panel last night. And the one gentleman, I think the way that he spoke, what's up, Let's Play? He literally was. It sounded almost like a threat because he was like, "You speaking to the IDF?" I don't care. And then he was really horrible and said some horrendous things. I don't know that they track Palestine like that, Bobby, because I don't know if they recognize it as statehood or whatever, right? So anyway, it was just really wild to see. Yeah, he got really mad because I told him I would not allow him to illegally occupy my live because he kept talking over me and he wouldn't listen. And I was like, dude, you don't get to occupy my live. No, it does not belong to you. You must behave. You got to follow the guidelines. And he didn't like that. He was not a fan. He was mad at me. Good morning, Janice. So yeah, it was a lot, but we're live today. I do want to talk about these. And then the second point that I want to talk about is racism is still the greatest point of intersectionality that's used to cause division. And last night, good morning, Taz, somebody said to me, well, what do you mean by point of intersectionality? And this is what I mean. I believe the issue or the main chasm that exists between people, the greatest divide, if you will, is class, right? That's the greatest divide, is classism. However, the points of intersectionality, okay, racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia, transphobia, those other points of intersectionality they also exist. And the one that is used, I believe, still to the greatest degree to cause division is race. And we're going to talk about that a little bit today in light of the Nolan Wells case, in light of Carmelo, in light of that. And I specifically want to talk about some comments that were made by the governor of South Carolina over the years, consistently between 2018 and 2026. I want to talk about that a little bit, because there's a lot of people that want to pretend or act as if you don't understand what a racist dog whistle sounds like, if you don't understand what the Southern strategy is. And I really want to dig into that because I think thou dost protest too much. I don't think that you exist in this world as an adult, as someone that is over the age of 35, that is engaged in politics, that listens to the rhetoric, that doesn't understand how racial dog whistles are used in politics. Good morning, Witch. So I just don't buy it, right? So we are going to have a conversation about that. And then third, this voting for progressives is the only way to secure the stability of the country. And I believe that 100%. I do not believe that if you vote third party, if you vote for conservatives, if you vote for the GOP, that we are going to shore up the stability of the country. And I don't believe that we're going to, I believe that we will actually continue to decline in our global standing and the way that the rest of the world sees us. And I think that working class people will continue to be hurt and to be devastated by the things that the GOP is doing. So those are the things, right? Wolverine, feel free to request, and don't pink wash the Middle East. We're not doing that. If you want to talk to me about LGBTQIA community, then come on up to here and do it. But what you're not going to do is try to pink wash what's happening in Gaza or the war with Iran or any of those types of things. We don't fall for that foolishness here. If you want to talk to me about how the LGBTQIA community is treated, then I want you to start right here in the United States of America. And I want you to start with Christianity, and I want you to start with conversion therapy. I want you to start with conversion therapy and conversion camps in this country. I want you to start with the laws that seek to target those individuals and obtain their health records. I want you to start there, in a country that is supposed to be the leader of the free world, the country that is supposed to be, the strongest. We're leading the way. We're democracy. We're this. I want you to start there. So feel free to request to this panel. But I'm not doing your Islamophobia or your fake interest in LGBTQIA people, because you don't. Yes, weirdo, correct. You want to know why? Because it's my space. It's my space. So what I want is what happens here. You don't like that? Leave. If you don't like how I run my life, leave. You don't have to be here. Just put your finger on the screen and go, swoop. That's all you got to do. I mean, I will give you this. At least you know who you are. Your name says that. Good morning, Sean. Correct, Amy, 100%. So if you are new to my space, let me go over a couple of things and what I request in here. These are the guidelines for participating in my live. Okay. Number one, be respectful. Whoops, if I put my finger up too high, it goes away. Number one, be respectful. Number two, do not use slurs of any kind. If you use a slur, you will be muted and you will be booted from this space. Number three, don't spam my comments, which means don't say the same thing 5, 6, 7 times. It's not helpful. It's not productive to conversation, and it clogs up my chat. And number four, do not type in all caps. And there's a reason for that, because I get it that it sounds minuscule, but it's important. And the reason why you don't type in all caps in this space is because I actually have members of this community that are vision impaired. And so all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. Okay, so you will respect people with disabilities in this space, or you will be booted from this space. So that's it. Be respectful, no slurs, don't spam my comments, and don't type in all caps. And if you can do that, we're going to get along just fine. Okay. So, folks, if you would like to share and have conversation today and engage in discussion, this is the time for you to join the panel. Also, for those of y'all who are here with good intention and to listen and to participate, do not engage with opposition in the chat. Do not give them breath. Do not give them your time. Do not give them your energy, because all it does is distract not only other people in the room, but me. So do not talk to those people. I will address them if I deem them to be addressed. Okay? So appreciate it. All right. So okay. So is there anybody that is new to me that has any questions about the things that I just went over? If you're unclear about how to participate in this space, what's up, Michelle? Good to see you. Anybody unclear, or you got it? Yeah, well, I tell you what, sports card, come on up here and let's discuss it, since you're not clear. I can't request you up. Your settings are private. So why don't you go ahead and hit the box right there that says invite, and then you can make it right on up here and we can discuss it. Indigo, did you mean to request up to the panel? I got you. No worries. Have a good one. So sports card, come up to the panel, please, so I can help you with your clarity. Are you coming to the panel? Good morning, Cindy. Good to see you. What's up, Kelly? Good to see you. No? Okay. Of course. I didn't think so. Okay. So I already said, there we go. Done. No, not today. Nahid. What's up, JJ? All right. So we're gonna start kind of right off the bat. Good morning, Roland. Oh, Sandy, you don't have to block them. You don't have to block your mute. Yeah, Nahid, no, not today. So where would you all like to start? There's 3 different prompts up here. There's nobody in the request yet to have a conversation. That reminds me, over here, if you are on YouTube, if you are on Facebook, if you are on Twitch, what's up, Ethan? And you would like to join as a guest on the panel, this is the link to do that. If one of my subscribers could grab the link from YouTube and throw it over into Facebook, that would be amazing. Or even on Substack, that would be really helpful. Appreciate you, Ro. Okay, I think that just about does it, and we're ready to kick this thing off and get going, right? Okay, so how many of you all are familiar with, because we do have a meeting coming this Thursday, how many of you all that are watching and listening to me are familiar with Project for the People? Put a 1 in the chat if you are not familiar. Good morning, David. Put a 1 in the chat if you are not familiar with Project for the People. Memory Wi-Fi, you're not. Chili, you're not. Nina Cosmic. Okay, great. Good morning, Tech Lady. Cheryl, you're not. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. A lot of people like to sit on these apps and across social media, and they like to just complain about the way that things are and speculate about what things are going to be. And what I kept hearing from people is, yes, Jess reads, it will. And what can we do about, the way that the United States is being governed, and how do we move forward, right? And so what I did was I sat down and I used Project 2025, Project Esther, just kind of the format, the outline for the way that the Heritage Foundation, the way that the GOP makes a plan and works their plan and developed a project that would help, I believe, not only get the country back to a place of a stable, functioning, even if it's dysfunctionally functioning democracy. And so it includes three things. It includes getting really serious about winning elections. We've got 99 days until the midterms. It includes a ton of resources that help us have conversations in our communities that build connection, that is centered around the actual issues: healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility, all of those types of things. And then last, it includes government accountability. And the reason why government accountability is last is because we don't get to the accountability part if we do not successfully get serious about winning elections and about having conversations in our communities that actually matter. So, if you want a little bit more detailed information about what that looks like, you can go to makingamericatruly.great.com. And then you will get access to the Google Drive that is full of resources. We meet every other Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we role play, and we talk about the ideas and what are people doing to have these conversations. Some people are knocking doors in their neighborhood and talking to their neighbors about Medicaid and about SNAP and about WIC cuts. Other people are having events, right? Like Democracy and Donuts or Caftans and Cocktails. And they are sharing information around Project for the People, information that's relevant to people. There's information in the Google Drive on data centers and the poverty levels of your state that you live in, and potential legislations that would be beneficial to us. This lady is IDF. You're funny, Frank. Oh, sometimes you just wonder, like the bots. I don't know if people really understand the number of bots that are out on this app and on social media. It's absolutely astounding. So anyway, that's what Project for the People is. There are t-shirts, there are water bottles, there are tote bags and stickers and door knockers and flyers and all of those things. And yeah, so, well, Frank, if you want to have a conversation with me about who I am, then join the panel. I just sent you an invitation. Yeah, let's go. No, probably not. Like I don't expect you to accept the invitation, Frank. I just let you know that I sent it anyway. Oh, look at you. Surprise me. Love it. Frank, your teacup. Okay, you're back. You're teacupping. Okay, so Frank, so first, just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm over 18.
Okay, perfect. Love that. And what would you like to share, Frank?
Nothing. I'm just, you called me up to dispute. You want to dispute me, accusing you of being an IDF soldier.
Yeah. So, do you know who so the IDF is in what country?
The country you can't speak about. The country that owns TikTok.
So Israel, correct?
Yes.
Can you share with me what flag is this, Frank, on my platform?
I mean, you can fly any flag you want. That's y'all's deception to deceive people.
So what is it? What is it that makes you think I'm IDF? Share with me.
I don't think. I know 100%.
So share with me.
No, you know it. I know it. A hit dog will bark every time. You've been going on with your spill, you respond.
So why would an IDF soldier? Because
y'all can't help.
Let me finish. Hold on, Frank. Listen. Hold on.
Yeah.
Why would someone who's in the IDF help Palestinians and advocate for Palestine?
You don't help Palestinians.
I don't?
Because that's your cover. Prove you help Palestinians. What have you done for Palestinians?
Can somebody go get Abu Sarraj or Raja? Can somebody tag one of our friends or bring Mo in?
Bring the rest of the IDF crew in. Yes, let's proceed.
Yeah. No, they're actually people that live in Gaza. Frank, do you know anybody that lives in Gaza?
Have me up here.
Frank, do you know anybody? Frank.
No, I told you, no.
So you don't know anybody that lives in Gaza? Okay. I live in the United States too, Frank.
I've never been to Gaza. I've never been to Israel. I've been to Saudi Arabia back in the first one.
Hey, Mo. Okay, so what did you serve in this? Were you in the military, Frank?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I was. That's why I'm asking.
I know you still are. I know you was 100%. Yes.
No,
I
in the
know.
United States military.
Yes, and you try. I know more about you than you think I do.
Well, share with
That's
me
why-
what you think you know. You're fucking hilarious. So,
Well,
hi, Mo. I
well,
think he's gonna say you are also you're my IDF friend, and I brought you along even though you're living in a tent in Gaza.
This shit is hilarious.
It is. You are hilarious.
I'm 20 years old, university student, IDF member. Yes, I'm her friend.
Yeah, that's hilarious. A hit dog, a bark.
You are hilarious.
Y'all are. This is. What
That's
you
a
do.
fake Southern accent, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Really? A fake Southern accent? You dumb motherfuckers. How the fuck is this a fake Southern accent?
How the fuck is this a fake Southern accent?
That's right, you ignorant bitch. How is this a fake Southern accent? Now you can't defend your position. You want to get on. That's typical.
No, I'm just saying, Frank. You just make a my accusations and you know nothing about it. So, hey, Sissy, can you bring Tutu my little blue wallet out of my bag?
You can bring any Jew you want up. I don't care.
So you do understand that Jews live all around the world, Frank?
I don't give a fuck where they live.
Yeah. So that means, so listen, the reason why I say that is because when we have a conversation about Israel is not synonymous with Jews. Jewish people live in other places than Israel.
It doesn't matter. Y'all all study the Talmud. Y'all all think you're better than.
No, there are many Jewish people that study the Torah, not the Talmud.
Or the Kabbalah, or
the what?
The Zohar. Let's see. What is some more of your evil books that you study and live by? The Talmud and the Torah are the main two.
Yeah, he said the Kabbalah. Yeah, he did. He said the Kabbalah. Yeah, I know, Michelle. I know, you guys. It's okay. So, Frank, is this your first time in my live ever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much. I've never come in here. I've never seen you, but whenever you see y'all on here, I mean, it sets the red flag off. People are noticing this shit. They see you. They see you bullshit. They understand it.
So, what is it that I'm saying that is that? So share with me how what I'm doing or anything that I've said is of benefit to Israel.
Nobody believes in the right and left bullshit anymore. Nobody.
That's not what I asked you.
No, I don't care what you ask me. I'm not here to answer your questions. You asked me up here
to
prove that you're an IDF, Mossad, ever what the fuck you want to say it, influencer, and your main purpose is to further Israel. We know this. We see this. Anybody that talks about right or left.
So you don't like Israel?
I don't like them controlling my country. I don't give a fuck what they do. I just want them out of my country. I want
so can we talk about the NDAA? So Sean, Frank, hold on a second. Here's because you brought up something that I would love to discuss. So have you contacted your senator about the NDAA Section 219?
Man, every one of my senators take money from AIPAC. Why would I contact them motherfuckers?
Well, so here's the reason. So here's the reason why. Let me say this. Here's the reason why. Because
nobody believes in the right or left. What part of
I'm not talking about right or left, Frank. Frank, listen. Frank.
Nobody believes in the system anymore. It's old.
Okay, I ask you to hold on for a moment. Right? So just be respectful and we can do that. Okay? So the reason why I ask you is because there's actually a lot of concerns about the NDAA and Section 219, no matter what political ideology people subscribe to, right? And what we know is that the last vote that was taken about funding Israel, there were almost half the Democrats that voted not to fund Israel anymore, which is amazing. And then, there still were folks on the right. But what we've seen is a steady decline in people in Congress that are saying that they support Israel. So the question that I'm asking you is, if you don't want Israel to be controlling the country, right, then are you talking to your senators Because like even Lauren Boebert, she said after the vote in the House the other day, she literally said her constituents reached out to her to vote against funding Israel. So I'm asking you, have you done that? And I'm going to take you off mute now.
Hello?
Yeah. So have you done that, Frank?
What part of this don't you understand? Nobody believes in the right or left system. Nobody contacts their senators. The only
A lot of
who
people
still
contact
believe
their
that-
senators.
Yes, boomers and Jews. Those are the only people who still believe it. Everybody else, Gen X down. We understand what's going on.
I'm a Gen X, Frank.
Right, but you're also a Mossad agent. You may not be like certified Mossad, but definitely taking the $7,000.
I swear to God, this is the first. I have never been called Israel or Mossad before. This is amazing. Nobody's ever. I literally just had the IDF on here last night cussing me out. Mo, I think you missed that, Mo, when I was live last night. There's an IDF guy. His name is Zaffron 1994. Frank, I'm talking to Mo for a second. Hold on a second, Frank. I'm talking to Mo. So his name is Zaffron 1994, and he was on here last night. And when he first joined my panel, hey, Ananal, he was saying, he gave me like his history. He said he's former, oh, you know him? Okay, so you know me, Mo. I don't know him. So he gets on here with me last night and he does all of his like rhetoric about Israel being less than, what did he say? He said Israel is 0.13% of the population and they have these Nobel Peace Prizes and how amazing they are and how they send resources to help you. Like he's just going on this thing. And so when he was done, I just stated a few things and he got mad and he kept trying to talk over me. And I said, listen, I let you talk, be respectful, don't interrupt me, da 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 da. He kept interrupting me and I said, listen, I know this might not be what you're used to, but you do not get to illegally occupy my life. You don't get to come occupy my life and take over. He was so mad. He was like, you narcissistic melanated bitch. I mean, he was so angry because I told him he couldn't occupy my life. And so then he ended up getting booted. Yeah, but I had two of them last night. I don't remember the name. Do you guys remember the name of the other IDF guy that was on my live last night? Yeah, Mo. Anybody else remember? Alaikum salam, Mina. Bear Jew. That was his name. Good, Tara. Look at you remembering. I forgot that quick. Do you know him too, Mo? Do you know Bear Jew? Yeah. Anyway, he was horrible. He was super pissed. But anyway, so Frank, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. I think it's wild that that you've never been in my life before, and the conclusion that you drew from me saying Israel is the greatest threat to the country and me flying a Palestinian flag, and me actually having friends that are in Gaza and in the West Bank. Here's what I would offer you, Frank, is if you go to my link tree, you can see a ton of information about Israel and Palestine. You will see a ton of information about the history of how Israel was created and the role that they played and the number of folks. You can even, if you were to go back a little bit, you'll see me interviewing doctors, American doctors that were in Gaza working in the hospitals and treating the children that were being killed by Israel. So all of those things are available. I don't really care what your opinion of me is. I just thought it was really interesting. I wanted to see how you drew that conclusion. But now that I know it's nothing but conspiracy theories, it's all good. Is there anything else, Frank, before we part ways? Frank?
Is he asleep?
Frank?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else before we part ways?
Yeah, sure. One other thing before we go.
Sure.
When someone accuses me of something I hadn't done, I don't try this hard to explain that I didn't do it. So good luck with your propaganda. I hope everything works out for you. And God bless you. Have a great day.
You too. And folks, that is how Donald Trump became the president of the United States. That's how it happened right there. Just to be clear, that is how Donald Trump became the president of the United States. Because holy fuck. Not Michelle on Facebook saying, Father God, in the name of Jesus, we're going to keep Frank lifted up in prayer. Holy jeez. Oh my God. That's really funny. You know, what's really crazy is that, you know what I find interesting about people in the United States of America that all of a sudden don't like Israel because they have finally figured out that Israel is running much of the country, right? Is that you don't give a fuck that Israel is actually killing innocent people in Gaza or illegally occupying the West Bank and allowing settlers and the IDF to terrorize innocent people in the IDF. You only care because you have figured out that Israel is heavily, heavily influencing our government. You don't actually give a fuck about human beings anywhere else. It just matters to you because you think it's finally going to touch you, which says a lot about who you are as an individual. If the only time that you give a shit about Israel is because it's not America first anymore and it's Israel first, it says a lot. It's really crazy. So, yeah, the level of selfishness is wild. So, Mo, appreciate you. It was good to see you, friend. You look well, though. Check you out.
Good to see you as well, Dani. Yalla, have a great day, everyone.
Hey, did you get the rest of your university information? Did you get the rest of your notification from university?
Still at the first acceptance, waiting for the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
Appointment, inshallah. But I will come soon. Thank you
Inshallah.
for having me. Much love to you.
Yeah, much love to you, Mo. Bye bye.
Much love to you too.
So you know what's astounding? So for those of y'all who don't know Mo, so I met Mo about a year ago. And in that time frame, I've watched him actually graduate high school with a score of 90.3%, which is astounding, right? So Mo graduated with a 90.3% from high school. Raja's daughter graduated with a 94%. So he's now applied to university. He's gotten his first acceptance letter, but he's still waiting on a Zoom meeting, which I think is amazing. I think for people in Palestine to still be doing their best in any way possible to get an education and to live is incredible in the midst of everything that they face. So I think that that's astounding. All right. So yeah. So by the way, many of our folks like Mo and others that are in Palestine and the West Bank, I have links in my link tree that directly support them. So folks, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel. The link is in the chat. If you are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch or whatever, and you would like to join the panel and have a discussion, please feel free to do so. If you're on TikTok, there's a big box right there that says invite. For me, it says request for you. Hit the little box that says request. And this is the way that you know. If you look down at the bottom of your TikTok screen and you've got two little people there, if they are blue and pink, that means you have not requested up. If they are grayed out, that means you have requested up. Okay. Good morning, Marilyn. So that's the way that you can tell if you've requested up or if you haven't. When you come up, put yourself on mute until I get to you. I will get to you. And make sure that you just follow the guidelines. So be respectful, no slurs, don't spam my comments, and don't type in all caps. All right, folks, here we go. Yeah, I got you, Shimmy. I have, but I don't like to talk about that. So, because I don't want to put it out there. Good morning, Sandra. Alfad, good morning, and how are you? Alfad?
Good morning. Okay, good morning. I just followed your instructions. I put myself on mute, and I waited for you to greet me as it is the custom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so I was intrigued by the conversation and the subject earlier on regarding your affiliation to the Mossad. Well, on a logical level, that might seem, on a first glance, as a I don't know how to put it, something laughable,
Mm-hmm.
considering your implication, your political implication, your social, implication. But on a more profound analysis of the subject, and I'm not saying that you are doing this, or I'm not claiming, for God's sake, I'm not claiming anything about you per se, but there is a technique called farming, all of the secret services all around the world are farming enemies, let's call them that, by posing themselves as the allies, as the friendly figure,
Mm-hmm.
It's common practice on especially on social media. I started to document this, to put in some research and to analyze this trend roughly around or starting November 2024, and especially in my region in Europe, this is highly common. I see all these characters, because they are characters. They're not usual people. They pose themselves as usual people, as you and me, but they're just characters who shift shift their propaganda, their message, their persona, as the job requires, as the commandment requires out of them. But like I said, I'm not saying this about you. It's just my take on the matter, on the subject, on a more, let's say, technical level.
I don't think that it's a more technical level. I think it's a more conspiracy theory level. Because to be quite frank, hold on, and here's what I'm saying. To be quite frank, if these people are farming the way that you say that they are, and they are pretending to be regular people, my question to you would be, what type of training do you have to be able to discern those that are posing as regular people versus the people that are actually regular people? And how do you discern the difference? How do you know who's pretending to be a regular person versus who is a regular person, especially if it's being done by intelligence agencies all around the world?
It's actually very simple. For once, for starters, you have to have yourself some kind of training, which I do, because I worked in the field. And secondly, how should I put it? The secret is in the detail, in the details, not in the in the small things. Sorry, my English is not my English is not my first language, and I haven't practiced it for a while. But it's not the big picture, It's just a small thing, like let's say you see that person that portrays themselves as something common, a common person, someone who doesn't invest in their profile, in raising up their profile, and all of a sudden you see them creating a page like 2 weeks ago, and all of a sudden they have 100K followers,
Mm-hmm.
or if you check those followers, you would realize that at least half of them are fake accounts.
Mm-hmm.
and so on and so forth. I cannot, because it's a long discussion regarding the identification or separation between, like you said, a normal regular person, a genuine person, and someone who's farming.
Mhm.
It's not math, it's not something you like I say, how should I put it, something that you would get a 100% certified answer, but you can identify or have a presumption, an educated guess regarding their true nature.
Hmm. Gotcha. Well, here's the thing. What I find is that if someone like Frank wanted to be taken serious about what he thought or didn't think about me, you literally can find out who I am in 10 seconds with a Google search, especially if you go to my other socials. Like probably Facebook would be the one that if you go there, you'll literally see the most about me.
That's the thing. Before you expose your aces, your weapons, whatever you want to call it, before you expose your accusations, first of all, you must do your research.
Right.
It's like common sense, For me, it's something of common sense. You do your research first, and if your suspicions are strong enough, then you come forth and how should I put it? What's the word? You confront the person. No.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on the matter.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, well, and that's why I asked Frank if he was new to my life and if what he did or didn't know about me, which is just what I found interesting. I don't know that I've ever been accused of being IDF or Mossad before, but there's always a first time for everything. But just really interesting for me.
Dani, sorry, but you have someone in the comments. I think she or he is a fan, and I think they misunderstood me because they're accusing, like, I don't know if they were here before or after. I don't know what's their take on the matter. Just as wild or something, because they think that I'm accusing you of something. I do not.
So I think what he is saying, Deuces Wild, is that he is saying that while it may seem weird that Frank would make those accusations, he's saying that there is a technique called farming where people do those types of things, and that it does exist. And he said, but he's not saying that about me. He's just saying that does exist. And so we do know that it does exist. Like I do know that. I also know that anybody that wanted to take literally 2 minutes would know who I am not. That's for sure. So yeah, it's just funny to me. Yeah.
It's just like what happened this second. This guy, or I don't know, woman, Deuces Wild, accusing me, like we were discussing. I don't know. I think it was a very, very simple and logical discussion. Wasn't something complicated, and I stated my view on the matter clearly, absolutely crystal clear. I said it right from the start that I'm not accusing you. I'm just speaking on a theoretic level.
Yeah, I think it came because the part about you weren't saying that this was me. I think that's the part that was missed. That's all. Yeah. So
like I said, this is what people do. In both sides, they tend to take whatever pleases them or whatever triggers them. They don't invest the time and effort to properly gather the information. We just like to fight each other. I don't know.
Yeah. So no, I think that what some people, I don't think that it's people just, I think there are some people that just like to fight, but I also think that the political environment that we are in, especially in the United States of America, is one that has been going on for over a decade. with intentional misinformation, with intentional disinformation, and with a lot of rhetoric that's just not helpful. And for people, so the people that my community is a little different. So the 70,000 followers on TikTok that I have, that those people have grown and been cultivated over 2 years, right? Those are people that know me. They know my grandkids. They know like what I do. We're a very, very close knit community. My Discord, I have two sides to my Discord. One is just for, followers, and then the other is for subscribers. And we're a very close knit community. We meet off of this app. We do book clubs together and all these different things. And so when people hear that sort of stuff, a lot of times it's just in their nature to want to be protective or to shut down rhetoric because they do know who I am. And so that's where that comes from. And I don't think it's a sides issue. I think that it is something that has been cultivated in terms of the arguing and the bickering on social media. Hey, Pin 1010, what's up, Irvette? I think that is something that...
Flock instinct or something?
Huh?
I think it's flock instinct or...
No, I wouldn't say it's flock instinct. I would say, so let me ask you, if somebody were to come up to your, a sibling or a member of your family or to your best friend, right?
No, it's flock instinct. It's flock instinct. You automatically get triggered because it's someone in your close circle of relationships. And you automatically, disregard the logic and the arguments, and you come forth and protect what's yours.
Yeah. And then I think that the other side of it is that there are places on the internet where people are jumping to, appreciate you, Cindy, where people are jumping to conclusions and people are arguing because that is something. So number one, the algorithm rewards that behavior. So like I see it in here all the time. So I like to have respectful conversations that are rooted in fact.
I appreciate that. And I want to point out that you addressed the situation and you clarified things before they escalated. And it's something that fewer and fewer people do, especially because, like you said, it's on your advantage. It would be on your advantage, to create this tension and this state of belligerence.
Right. Because the app rewards that. So this is the thing. Yes. The algorithm likes the discord. The algorithm loves the arguing. And so you'll notice that it promotes more whenever that happens. And so it's just one of those things where it's not worth it to me. I would rather have productive conversations, maybe with half the viewers that I could get with unproductive conversations that just waste everybody's times and further cause division. So
May I, sorry. I was intrigued by something. You earlier when I think Frank, the other guy who accused you of having a relationship or something regarding Mossad or I don't know. When he went out, you said that this was the reason why Trump was...
I said this is how. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to point out something. And I know that you probably won't agree with me. But I remember, maybe I'm wrong, that one of the reasons why me, for example, had when I was, on Trump's side, not because he was, not because his campaign was stating something incredible, but one of the reasons that I was on his side was because my take on the left was that they were pushing World War III agenda. They were constantly talking about aiding Ukraine and frontally, openly starting a war with Russia. Russia was in partnership with India and China, and call it whatever. But my take was that they were pushing World War III agenda.
So
And
share
on the
with
other
me.
hand,
I have a question about what you just said, Alfred. My question to you is: share with me where, who, and what information you have that the Democratic Party was saying they wanted to start a war with Russia.
public speech, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden.
Kamala Harris never said she wanted to start a war with Russia.
Absolutely. No. I'm not saying a war with Russia, but constantly speaking about having a high involvement in the Russian-Ukrainian military conflict.
Yeah. So no. If what you mean is that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and other members of other Democratic members of Congress said they support providing aid to Ukraine, that's accurate. But providing aid to a providing aid to a country that is under attack by a hostile government, right? That is a danger to the stability of the world is not. Yeah. So listen, and I would say that. Hold on, let me finish. Russia invading Ukraine, absolutely. If that were to go in Russia's favor, it would destabilize the country. It would destabilize the world. Because
on the geopolitics of the region, trust me, you don't have the expertise to say that Russia has invaded anything. First of all, Ukraine does not exist. It's an artificial state.
Okay, stop for a second. Alfad, hold on. Because first of all, I'm going to finish my point. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, what I'm not going to do is have you regurgitate talking points for Russia like people do for Israel. I'm not doing that. You will not diminish the existence of Ukraine as a state or otherwise. The same way people will not do that where Palestine. So I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
History, Dani, but I know history.
Okay, stop. What I said, Alfad. Do you want me to mute you? Yes or no?
Dani,
stop talking over me. I said stop talking over me.
Okay,
I said stop talking over me. I'm gonna count to three.
Okay, if you want
1, 2, 3. So here's what I said. And by the way, I did not kick him. He left. Here's what I said. I said that if Russia were to conquer Ukraine, that would destabilize the world. And the reason I said that is very simple. Okay. What is on the other side of Ukraine? Europe, right? We know that that would absolutely Poland, exactly. That would be a destabilizing factor for the EU for the world. So when I say that, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a historian to be able to say, you know what, that is a very real threat. Right. He wants Poland. Okay. So that's that. And so this is what's interesting to me. The argument that he started to make about trying to diminish the existence and the validity of Ukraine is the same argument that Israelis like to make about Palestine, which is wild. Wow. So, Alfad, here's what I will say to you. The level of immaturity that you have is astounding. Your inability to simply shut the fuck up until I finish my sentence is wild. It's crazy. Literally, all I ask you to do is hush. Just stop interrupting me until I finish my sentence, and you could not do that. And this is why you're back in the chat. This is why you're back in the chat. So, yes, learn medicine. Well, by all means, you don't have to block me. I don't follow you, bro. Like, if you can't control your own impulse not to come in my live, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem. See, you only have to block people that won't leave you alone. I don't come to your page. Like, the fact that you can't keep yourself from coming to my live, so you have to block it, is a problem. Like, that's your lack of impulse control. It has nothing to do with me. You have Dani derangement syndrome. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, they are wilding out today. So folks over here on TikTok, I'll share with you a little bit of the comments that are happening on the other platforms. Someone says, someone has made a comment. It's easy to think you're chosen when you write the book. If there is a God, he wouldn't choose those people, referring to Israel, I imagine. Another comment on YouTube says, free Palestine and free Lebanon from the terror state ruled by Satan Yahoo. Another comment is Israel is Satan's nation. Another comment is, quote, I can't wait for Iran to obliterate Israel. Then we will expel all the Israeli traitors in America. America for Americans. And then someone else has made the comments that there's a false Jesus in John 8:44 and that the real Jesus is in the Talmud. And then there's another comment on YouTube that says, quote, Israel is a cancer to the world. So apparently there are quite a few people that are on YouTube that are not happy with the state of Israel and have very definitive opinions about Israel. So again, if you want to come up and join the panel and you are on YouTube or you are on Facebook, or the link to join as a guest is in the chat. And TikTok, you already know how to do it. There's a box right there that says request. You also have two people at the bottom of your screen that are blue and pink. If they are blue and pink, that means you have not requested up to the panel. If they are gray, that means you have requested up to the panel. And I only ask for 4 things. Be respectful. Don't use slurs. Don't spam my comments. Don't type in all caps. It's not that hard. Good morning, Wasim. All right. So it's been an interesting morning already, has it not? Holy geez. It's been a lot already. Nobody is requesting anywhere, which I find to be interesting. Nobody yet. How come only there's a certain type of people that are requesting and that's it? What have I done to deserve that? Yes, and last night, for fuck's sake, right? Yep. From a confused uncle to a Mossad specialist, you are correct, Shimmy. That is what we have had today. 100%. Good morning, Jeff. How are you? Hey, Jeff. How are you?
Morning, Dani.
Morning. How are you?
Sorry, I'm in my car driving, so I want to make sure that I'm able to be heard.
Yes. So listen, TikTok, if TikTok knows you're driving,
it's not showing up on my car speaker.
Okay. Yeah. If TikTok hears you driving, they'll give me a violation. So I'm going to drop you down, but come back when you're not driving. Okay. Good morning, laundry guy. Yeah, Shimmy, I don't know. I've had it both ways, and so I just am being careful. What's up, Frozo? All right, so let's talk for a little bit. And I'm not sure where we're going to start on here. Yeah, he is new to TikTok, 100%. Oh, wow. Did you really, Witch? That's funny. She said I clipped Frank. So I don't know. I don't know what kind of day it's going to be where my day starts being accused that I'm a member of the IDF and Mossad. Like, okay. Whatever, man. All right. So let's go ahead and dig. Let's dig right in. And let's talk about the NDAA Section 219. We don't really know when it's going to be, but there's going to be a Senate vote about this, and they've kind of finagled things around in order to get it into this appropriations bill. So one of the questions that I was asked about 4 different members of Congress and the role that they could or couldn't play in this. Good morning, Ronald. Appreciate you for the Coral Tech lady. Hey, Nikki, good to see you. And what it is that 2 of these members is on the Armed Services Committee for the House, and the other 2 are on the Armed Services Committee for the Senate. And so people were asking, what do they have to do with it? And the answer is, at this stage of the game, not a lot. Right? Because they aren't the only members of the committee. And number 2, it's going to go before the entire Senate. And one of the reasons why I say that it is still beneficial to contact your senators, right, is because they need to know there is a growing public sentiment that Israel has too much influence in the United States of America. And that sentiment is coming from every side and every spectrum, right? The America First people don't like it. The left, quote unquote, liberal folks don't like it. There are even conservative Republicans, what some might consider to be rhinos, that don't like it because it compromises the sovereignty and the security of the United States of America and our military. And so Congress is not dumb. I want people to understand something. Okay. So what we have seen time and time again is that in order to keep their seats, in order to retain their positions of power, the country will do just about anything. And historically speaking, probably the greatest representation of that is the issue of slavery in the United States of America. And if you follow me for a long time and you've heard me talk about this recently, then you know where I'm going with this. But here's the thing. The United States of America was okay with slavery or getting rid of slavery if it meant keeping the Union together and being able to grow the country and maintain a position of power. Everybody, this is just flat out fact. Who are we talking to? Well, who's Liam? What am I missing, y'all? Who's Liam? What did I miss? What's up, Book Junkie? Okay, y'all, I'm totally out of the loop. I have no idea what people are talking about right now. So I don't see anybody. You broke your glasses. That sucks. I don't know who Liam is and where he is. I don't know. What are we talking about? And why are we saying hi to Liam? I'm so confused, you all. He's an old TikTok troll. I didn't even see them come in the room, and they haven't requested. Okay. Anyway. All right. So listen. So if you have never heard me talk about the events between 1860 in the United States of America and 1868 in the United States of America, please put a 1 in the chat. When you hear me say that the United States of America was okay with keeping slavery in the southern states or abolishing slavery in the southern states, whichever one would have advanced the Union and kept the Union together. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, put a 1 in the chat. Okay, gotcha. All right, so follow me. So what we know is by 1860, we had already had some of the southern states, the Confederate states, they had already seceded from the Union. They'd already left the Union and said, listen, we've got a problem. Okay, and the problem is we agreed in the new Constitution that if our slaves in the South escaped and they came to your states where they would be free under your law, that you would return them to us because they are our property. Okay, that was the agreement. And if you read the document from the state of South Carolina, where South Carolina outlines in great detail that having slaves returned, enslaved people returned back to South Carolina and the Confederate States being so critical to them that had it not been included in the Constitution, then the Confederate States would not have joined the Union. How many of you all don't know that that's what the South Carolina secession document says? Because it actually says that very wording. It says that this part of this compact was so material, right, that without it, they would not have joined the Union. So when people want to argue with you and say that, Civil War wasn't over slavery, no, but it was. And when people say it was about states' rights, it was. It was about states' rights to own enslaved Black and brown people. That's what it was. Those were the states' rights in question, was the enslavement of Black and brown people. And I believe that I've put this in, my link tree, but give me just a second. There we go. Yep, it's in almost every one of them. Right, Jeff. Okay, so follow me. For you guys over here, I'm going to share it with you guys. So I'm sharing the document over here on YouTube and Facebook and Substack and Twitch so that you can see it. But in this document, when you get down here, it's called the Confederate States of America, the Declaration of the Immediate Causes which induce and justify the secession of South Carolina from the federal union, right? And so they're outlining their cause. And what they do in the beginning of this document is they make a comparison to this document for them, outlining their cause to leave the Union and the United States of America's Declaration of Independence to leave Great Britain. And they are aligning them and saying, listen, South Carolina has the right to do this the same way we have the right to leave Great Britain, the empire, okay? And so when you go down to I want to get to the part. Here it goes. So listen to this. It says the Constitution of the United States in its 4th article provides as follows, quote, no person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the property to whom such service or labor may be due. And then it says this sentence, this stipulation was so material to the compact that without it, that compact would not have been made. The greater number of the contracting parties held slaves, and they had previously evinced their estimate of the value of such a stipulation by making it a condition in the ordinance of the government of the territory ceded by Virginia, which now composes the states north of Ohio, right? I got you, Jeff. And then it says the same article of the Constitution stipulates also for rendition by the several states of fugitives from justice from the other states. And it goes on to say, listen, folks, the northern states, not only have you stopped giving us our folks back, but you have gone on to make laws that say that they are free. You've gone on to make laws that go against the very thing that we agreed. And so he says, listen, this is a problem for us. So when they tell you that that's the deal with South Carolina or in the southern states of the Confederacy, this is the truth. It was states' rights, but it was states' rights to own enslaved people and to know that if those enslaved people escaped to another place, they would be returned. Okay, so here's what happened after that. There was a representative in Ohio by the name of McCorwin. The Corwin Agreement, not McCorwin, Corwin. Corwin. So, Corwin Amendment. The Corwin Amendment, which was House Joint Resolution 80, it was proposed, and I'm just going to pull it up on the screen over here so that you all can see it. So listen, here was the problem that they had. The problem that they had was that if the Confederate States, because they had already begun seceding from the Union, it weakened the position of the overall country in the geopolitical space, right? All of a sudden, the United States of America wasn't going to be as strong and powerful in its position because it was losing members of the Union. And so Corwin is a representative from Ohio, and he was tasked with putting together an amendment that would appease the southern states. Okay. And here's what it says. I know. Thank you, Shemi. I appreciate you. Shukran. So here's what it said. It said, in a nutshell, listen, if you are in the southern states, the Confederacy states can keep your enslaved people, and the federal government will never interfere and take them from you. It just said that any future states that joined the Union could not have them. And so basically, whether you're Lincoln or anybody else, they didn't really care. It wasn't that all of a sudden they realized the value of Black and brown lives and wanted Black and brown people to be free. That's not what happened. That is not what happened. All they wanted was to ensure the success of the Union. And so what that meant was, if we need to have the Confederate States keep their enslaved people, then fine. So this is one of the reasons why I keep saying to Black Americans, stop looking for the federal government to all of a sudden fall in love with you and see your value and want the best for you. You're going to have to demand it like we always have. Okay? So, when we get to the place where we are right now in this country, and you understand that historically speaking, the United States of America has always been okay with enslaving Black and brown people, then that's just the case. So it was that they would not be involved in it anymore, and there could not be any more, and the states that joined could not have any. But the thing is, this actually passed, just so everybody knows, this actually passed the House and the Senate, and it was ratified by 4 states, but it didn't get ratified by enough states before Civil War broke out in Charleston, South Carolina. Okay. Because Civil War broke out in Charleston, South Carolina, it never got fully ratified, and it was never added to the Constitution. So the 13th Amendment that we have today regarding slavery is like the backup version. And the backup version was still designed to allow legally enslaved persons. Kingdom, when was brown people enslaved? So when I talk about enslaved Black and brown people, right? I'm observing the fact that that Black people come in various shades, right? That's what I'm referring to. So it's not as if the transatlantic slave trade into the United States of America only had dark-skinned slaves. That's not the case, right? There were people of various shades of melanin, right? Various shades of pigmentation that were enslaved. Right. So that's what I'm referring to. When I say brown people, I'm not referring to Hispanic people. I'm not referring to Asian people. I'm referring to Black and brown African Americans. That's what I'm referring to. Okay. So where we are now is to understand that. Well, let me not get too far ahead. Back then, going back, it's not as all of a sudden that Black and brown people became seen as human beings, or as whole as human beings that had value as individuals. The 13th Amendment that we have today still allows for the legal enslavement of people, quote unquote, as a punishment for the crime. And then all we had was a bunch of new laws that made minute things, crimes that Black people could be punished for. because we had a country whose economic system had been propped up by and built on the institution of enslaving people. So, Marco, when you say we're all just Americans, so Americans is a nationality, and when you say there's no slavery now, you're actually not correct. And so what I would encourage you to do is, number one, become familiar with the 13th Amendment, because the 13th Amendment absolutely says slavery is legal, and our for-profit prison system actually has slavery in it. We have people that are forced to work. There are 5 states in the United States of America where prisons can force their prisoners to work, whether they want to or not, and they do not get paid. That is slavery. The 13th Amendment did not abolish slavery. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And when you read it, it tells you that it didn't. So, so, all right. So I'm going to share my screen over here, you guys. Good morning, Rosalind. So as you can see, I am, the website that I am on is on the constitution.congress.gov/constitution/amendment-13. And here's what it says. 13th Amendment, Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist. So when you say neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, and then you put that little dependent clause in there that says except, that means it can be. It can. And it says it shall exist with this exception. This is not difficult to understand. It's basic English. And we have a for-profit prison system that absolutely involves slavery. So yeah, we also have a political system in this country that utilizes a specific strategy to intertwine race into politics. And that's not like an opinion. That's actually a fact. There are actually people in the Republican Party, like the political operative Lee Atwater, who talks about these things and talked about them freely when he was still alive, and about the impact of them and the impact of them on Black people. So it just is a fact. So, and Adam, if you would like to join the panel, the link is in the chat. I see you're on YouTube, so I know that you can see the link. Click it if you want to come up and talk about this. So I will show you something else, right? Thanks, Michael. All right. So give me 1 second. There we go. So this is something that I've pulled up before, but there's lots of places where you can find this information. So a couple of articles. One that I'm going to refer you to is the Economic Policy Institute. The next that I'm going to refer you to is the Human Rights Research Center. And then the third is the Prison Policy Initiative. And so it's really important to kind of know the information. So on the Economic Policy Institute, what I'm reading from is from January 16th of 2025. And I specifically want to get to Ba, 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 ba. Here we go. I love this graph. Okay, so I'm going to show you over here on this side an image. So this is actually an article from Human Rights Research. This is from June the 2nd of 2026. So this is a present day article and analysis from Human Rights Research. And the map that it provides is updated. And so it's a pay range for jobs in the prison system. And what you will see is in Oregon and Utah, it's not publicly available what they do, if they do or don't get paid. In Nevada, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, it is not publicly, they don't get anything. $0. Let me say that again. $0 for most jobs in Nevada, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. In a lot of other states, the max pay is less than 50 cents. That's also here, and there's too many states for me to go over, but it's there. And so these are things that are important for people to know. It's not that this is the past. This is very much the present day moment, and it impacts the lives of people, millions of people in this country. It disproportionately impacts the lives of Black Americans in this country, but it's there. And so it's important that people know this information. To deny it is just willful ignorance, right? It's just willful ignorance. A report was published in 2024 that found connections to prison labor with many major retailers, including Walmart, Target, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, so forth and so on. So this is the thing. And this is just, these are just facts. You don't have to like them, but they are facts, right? It keeps like doing weird things with the comments over here. Morning, Steph. Morning, Cindy. All right, perfect. So I'm going to take a look and see. I still don't have folks that are requesting up, which is really, really interesting. Yep, some credit card and bill collection companies use them 100%. Right, it definitely is a first, correct. Very interesting, I think, but whatever. All right, so when I talk about hello, CD. So it is up, Scotty. The box is right there. It says request. You can't see the box? It should be right there. Can you see it? The link is in the chat, CD. You should be able to see the link. It's right above you in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, give me a sec, me. CD, do you see the link? Can I get a mod to come up and give me a break real quick while I help Mila out? Appreciate you, tech lady. I love that one, by the way. Super cute. Yeah, Don Juan, Shimmy is helping us out. Let me see if I can do this again. There, I just put it in. I just put it in the chat again. And if I can get a mod really quickly, Red Hot, behave. Give me a quick mod break while I can help Mila. I just put it in the chat again, CD. So I'll be right back. Let me help Mila. She's going to give me a mod announcement, and I'll be right back. Okay? Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good start to your week. This topic is great. I love it. Seems to have a lot of people in their feelings, though. Hope everybody, sorry, y'all, I'm tired. Please, everybody, keep tapping the screen. Taps are free. Tap, 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 tap. That helps push the live out to the FYP so more people can come in and hear Dani's information. Also, if you have not grabbed your daily heart meat up there by Dani's name, it's 1 penny. That also helps the live as well. Also, please, it looks like we have 260 shares. I'm behaving, Linda. It looks like we have 260 shares. Please share the live out. That is free as well. That also helps Dani's live and protects it. Also, please adhere to the rules of Dani's space. Be respectful. No slurs, no comments, spammings, no all caps. And we will have a great day.
Awesome. Thank you, Red Hot. Appreciate you, sis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so again, so you see it, great. So CD, all you have to do is click that link, and you'll come into the request box, and I can bring you up. Okay, so one of the reasons why it's important to recognize the patterns is because we learn from history. At least I hope we do. And if we learn from history and we can follow the past and we can find the journey from the past to the present, then it allows us to be wise and to be smart about how we make changes and how to recognize what's being said and how it's being said and what it actually means. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up is, how many of you all are familiar with South Carolina Governor McMaster? Do you guys know McMaster in South Carolina? The governor, he has made statements over the years that are pretty alarming, and people have had significant things to say about them. Of course you do, Tori. I got you. So I'm going to give you one quote that he said in 2023. You ready? Quote, "I look forward to the day that Democrats are so rare we have to hunt them with dogs." End quote. I'm going to repeat it. "I look forward to the day that Democrats are so rare we have to hunt them with dogs." That is the statement from the governor of South Carolina. And that is not the only statement that he has made like that. He's made several of them. He, in 2018, he made another statement that said Democrats were like dogs because they were nice one-on-one, but dangerous in a pack. So the first thing that I would point out, right, is the comparison to of a particular group of people, right, to an animal. Right? That's a problem. I got you, CD. And why and how that shows up as a racist dog whistle. Okay? Yeah, Pentinton. It's wild. And so that's relevant. It's relevant in the way that if someone uses language like that, right? Because it tells you how they feel about the Democratic Party. And you always hear reference to the quote unquote the Democratic plantation. You hear reference to Black people being the base of the Democratic Party. We know that in the South, right, they use dogs to hunt Black people. So in what way do we not understand that it is a racist dog whistle? In what way do we not understand what he's saying? I believe that we do. And I believe it is how the Republican Party continues to use race to win elections without necessarily coming out and coming off as being, crazily racist themselves. So give me a second, you guys. I want to bring up a guest from YouTube. CD, but I'm going to go over really, really quickly kind of the guidelines for this space. So it's be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam the comments. Don't type in all caps, because I have folks that with vision impairment and it's reserved for them. Okay. So other than that, if you can do those things, we will get along just fine. CD, are you there? CD, do you have your audio on? Because I cannot hear you. CD. It shows that he's just spinning. So we'll see if he's able to get connected. TikTok, you can check down at the bottom. If you have pink and blue people at the bottom of your screen, that means you have not requested up. You're not in the queue. If it is grayed out, that means that you have requested up. So just check your status. And if you would like to get up and get in on this conversation, there are 3 different prompts up here. And you can have any conversation that you would like to. So ADHD, if you would like to join the conversation, then the link to request up is in the chat. So CD, it doesn't look like you're able to connect for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, you timed out. So you might need to try again. Okay. When you think about the language that is being utilized, yes, Gio. Now you know how to find it if you mistakenly checked requested up. It's just, I think the only way that we get to a place where we can build something that is different in this country is to acknowledge what still exists. Okay. If you can't acknowledge the remnants of something and the existence of something, then you can't find a solution to it. You cannot change what you do not accept. And denial doesn't work. So I'll give you another prime example of using race in politics, right? Good morning, Z. You have, hold on a second. Oop, I clicked the wrong thing, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right. So how many of you all remember George H.W. Bush running for president in 1988? Right? And he was running against Dukakis, and he used Willie Horton, an African-American man who was convicted of murder, who fled while in Massachusetts on a prison furlough. He was on a pass, right? And George Bush specifically used his mugshot in a political campaign. If you do not see the correlation between that and the talk of violent immigrants, if you don't see that and the correlation to the claims that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, or they are, letting the worst of theirs across the border, like those types of things, it is a consistent use of race in politics. You do not see the mugshots of Eastern Europeans. You do not see the mugshots of Europeans that have come to this country, are overstaying their visas, belong to illegal organizations, maybe participate in the illegal transportation of human bodies, right? You don't ever see that. There's a reason for that, right? And to pretend otherwise is disingenuous. All right, CD, I see you're trying to request up again. Say something so I can see if we have your audio.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Great. So what would you like to speak on today, CD?
Well, I was just kind of listening to you, and I guess speaking on the topic of, I guess you're on a Republican versus Democrat. Uh, type
So that's
conversation.
an interesting take for you to have. So that's an interesting take for you to have. So I have a prompt on the screen, right?
Hmm.
When you see that prompt, share with me where you get the perspective that I have a Republican versus Democrat type of thing.
Well, I just kind of joined into the conversation and hadn't read the prompt. Just kind of listening to what you were saying. Uh,
Hmm.
Christian nationalism, Christian Zionism, Israel are the greatest threats to the United States. Yeah, I totally agree with that uh, comment. Um, yeah, I think it's those constructs. I think it's constructs in general that fuel the isms and the wars of the isms and the wars in between the groups and the so-called religious sects. Um, because the creator existed before these religions or belief systems did. So I really don't identify with a lot of the things that I don't know most people identify themselves by. Um, for instance, I'm from Louisiana. Uh, I'm a historian. Looking back into the early 1800s, uh, free blacks, 33% of free blacks in Louisiana owned black slaves. That was a willing choice. Um, I say that to say that um, I don't agree with the ownership of, uh, people. I don't believe in that. But if you don't value freedom, somebody else will see a value on your freedom.
So I always find it interesting when people point out that there were black people that owned slaves, right? Because here's the thing: how did the enslaved black people arrive in the United States of America?
Hello?
CD, can you hear me? It says you joined again. CD, maybe you dropped on this one and I need to add the other one. Are you there?
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yep,
it
I can
dropped
hear
on
you.
my end for some reason. Sorry about
Okay, I
that.
got you.
I think
I
it's
got
where
you.
I'm at. But
Yeah,
I was
so
having a
here's the thing.
conversation similar to this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So here's the thing that I find really interesting is when people go, well, 33% of the blacks in Louisiana or wherever owned slaves, right? Um,
Hmm.
I think for me, my question is, what is the relevance to that statement? Because the percentage of Black Americans that own slaves is minuscule when you compare it to the entirety of the enslavement of Black people, right? And so
Okay. Yeah.
freed black slaves were freed into a system that already existed. And so their choice, I would imagine, would be to be slaves themselves or be freed and then own slaves, right? So I
Well,
guess
I'll say that.
I think the thing. So let me just ask you this: in any group of people, in any situation, do you or do you not always have a segment of a community that does things that are detrimental to the community?
Depending on what that community is based on. I mean, there's things that are congruent with growth
So
in the community.
so can you share with me a community? Because since you're a historian, can you share with me a
Hmm.
community that where there is not a segment of that community that does negative things that would negatively impact or hinder the community? That's not detrimental to them. Can you give me, as a historian, an example of a community or a society that existed where there was not a segment of that community that was negatively impactful to the rest of the community? I can't hear you if you're speaking. CD, I can't I can't hear you. Yeah. I'm not sure if something's going on with your audio or not. I don't know if maybe you're connected to Bluetooth or whatever. Yeah, he's not there anymore. Okay. So, if he wants to come back, he's more than welcome to do that. But here's my thing: when people say, "Oh, there were black people that owned slaves," I don't. Let me just be clear: I don't care, because they were not the vast majority of individuals that owned slaves, and in any society, in any community, there is always a segment of the population that engages in behavior that is detrimental and negative to the population. That is not something that is unique only to black people. So, I mean, we're just going to be very direct and very clear about that. It's not an argument. It has no relevance, because what it wasn't, it was not black people that went to Africa to enslave families. It was not, that was it was the Catholic Church and Europeans that ended up establishing the transatlantic slave trade. Period. Which is why Pope Leo has apologized. So that's just it. So it's not really relevant. And I always find it interesting when people feel the need to bring that up. So actually, Raining Ranch, you would be wrong. It wasn't just black people kidnapping them and selling them to whitey. That's also not accurate. It tells you that you are not well versed in history. And yes, sometimes free people purchase their family members. Yes, that's correct as well. Yeah, it's not difficult, folks. And I think my I this is the part that gets me, right? Is if you are someone that feels the need to bring up something that is minuscule, that isn't part of the grand scheme of thing, and the orchestration of slavery, chattel slavery at that, in the United States of America, if you feel it somewhere somehow necessary to bring up this small piece of it, right? Then I would ask you, what does that say about you? Why do you feel the need to do that? What is it in you that is resistant to accepting the ownership for the history of the United States of America and the present day moment of this country? Like, if you are resistant to acknowledge that the United States of America is currently right now committing war crimes, why is that? Why do you have difficulty accepting that your country right now is financing and supporting and arming a country that is committing war crimes? And it violates not just the Geneva Convention, it violates the 1996 War Crimes Act. Right? That's our law, passed by our Congress. So if you have difficulty, welcome, facts people. Appreciate you guys for joining. So if you have difficulty owning the actions of the United States of America in real time, in real life right now, you got to ask yourself why. And these are really tough, intense conversations that we need to have fervently, not just for the next 99 days, but for time thereafter. What's up, facts people? Welcome. Appreciate you guys for dropping in. So just to recap, there are, hella, Raja. There are 3 topics that I have posted right now. Okay. One is Christian nationalism, Christian Zionism, and Israel are the greatest threats to the United States of America. The second is racism is still the greatest point of intersectionality used to cause division. The third is voting for progressives is the only way to secure the stability of the country. And the country that I'm referring to is the United States of America. Those are the 3 prompts. If you have something that you would like to say about that, if you would like to participate in the discussion, you can do that by simply requesting to join the live. If you are on YouTube, if you are on Twitch, if you are on Facebook, the link to join is in the comments. Folks, there's an issue. If you are sitting here today and if you want to pretend like it's not inappropriate, appreciate you, Steve. If you want to act like it's not inappropriate for the governor of South Carolina to say he can't wait until Democrats are so rare that they are hunted like dogs. If you want to pretend that that's not a racist dog whistle, yeah, that's a problem. If you want to act as if forced labor in our for-profit prison system is not still a continuation of the enslavement of Black people, of slavery in the United States of America, that is also a problem. It is aggressive, intentional ignorance. And I'm interested as to why you feel it necessary to reside in that place. If you cannot own the fact that the United States of America is participating in war crimes by supporting Israel, that's a problem. You are in denial about the country that you live in, and until you accept the country that you are, we cannot change the country that exists. Hey, Heidi. And for me, just to be real frank, I can love the country and not love the government that is running the country. I can love and believe in the people of the country, right? And the hope of the country, and still hold the country accountable for the horrendous atrocities that it commits at home and around the world. To me, that is actually a demonstration of being a patriot, not a nationalist. And the people, and I'm just going to be very, very frank, take this how it lands. I don't really care. The people that have the hardest time accepting that, appreciate you, Be Action. The people that I encounter that have the hardest time accepting that bend themselves over backwards to try to pretend as if the things that I just said aren't true, are typically, the vast majority of the time, white men. Followed closely by white women, but white men. But then you don't want to talk about the privilege that exists that might give you that mindset. You don't want to talk about why you might feel that way. So, problem child, I'm inviting you to come to the panel to discuss it. If you want to discuss Israel with me, and let me just be clear, when you say Israel and then you say Muslims, you are confusing 2 different things. Israel is a country. It's a state. Muslims are people who practice a particular religion. So they are not opposites. So the fact that you, in your verbiage, you don't even you're not able to kind of articulate them properly is probably indicative of why you feel the way you feel. And if you want to talk about war crimes for centuries, you would need to start with the United States of America, right? Since the beginning of the establishment of this country, we've committed crimes against humanity. So miss me with it. Muslims have committed war crimes for centuries. Eastern Europeans, the West, have committed war crimes for fucking centuries against the global South. And like I said, if you want to talk to me for real, then get on the panel. There's a link in the chat. Click it, join. Folks, I'm so serious. In the United States of America, we have 99 days. What are you basing your vote on? What are you basing your vote on for these midterms? What are the issues that are relevant to you? Because that for me is the conversation. Anything else? Jeffrey, when you say who told me what? So Terry, can I offer you a different perspective? So I want to offer a different perspective, you all. Harm reduction is not the thing. You're not voting. If you are voting for progressives, if you are voting for Democrats that are in office, even the imperfect Democratic candidates, you're not voting for harm reduction. You're not. You are voting to secure the stability of this country. You are voting for the closest possible option to the country you want to get. Outline what you want. Do you want universal health care? Do you want a fully funded public education system that teaches accurate history, even if it's uncomfortable, so that we learn from our lessons and create a different society? Do you want housing that is affordable for your neighbors and your family and your friends and even your fucking enemies, because you realize that they are human beings? Do you want jobs that pay a livable wage, that actually give people the ability to work and eat and go to the doctor and feed their children and all of that? If that's what you want, you are not voting for harm reduction. You are voting for your best chance at getting one step closer to where you want to go. And at the very least, you're not going backwards. So I am offering to shift your perspective. You are not voting for harm reduction. You are voting for the possibility and the probability to use budget reconciliation to reverse engineer the one big beautiful bill and put the funding back that was taken 1 year ago. Y'all, that is agenda number one. That is agenda number one. You secure a Democratic majority in the House and in the Senate. Even the Dems you can't fucking stand, because there are plenty of them for me. But when you secure that, you have a majority in which you can force and demand accountability, and for them to use budget reconciliation to reverse engineer the one big beautiful bill and put the funding back into SNAP and back into Medicaid, and to take that $75 million from ICE and put it back, to take the things that were removed from the Department of Education and put them back, to take the things from HUD requirements and put them back. You have the ability. That's what you're voting for. That is for progress. That is for getting one step closer to the world that you want to create. Guys, don't talk to D Cove. If D Cove wants to talk to me about Christian values and the country, then D Cove knows how to hit the box that says request. So listen, y'all, when we say things like, oh, I'm voting for harm reduction, it doesn't feel good. But if we say I am voting for the best options to create the country that I desire that exists right now, that feels fucking amazing. And you vote for the best option for what you want to create right now, while you continue to find and develop other options that you can vote for the next time. And this is how we build. Right? If I've got 4 beams holding up the roof of my house, right? And 3 of the beams are rotten and 1 beam is astounding. I don't knock down all 3 beams that are rotten and then try to hold it up while I put something under it. I don't do that. What do? I put up one beam that's kind of sort of okay to hold the shit in place. I take down one of the rotten beams, and now I got 2 good beams and 2 rotten beams. And then I find another good beam to replace the other beam, and then I prop it up while I remove the other one. At the end of the day, I keep the house standing, because if the house falls, we all suffer. I do not want a solution that requires more suffering from innocent people that don't have anything to do with the systems that have been created in order to fix the issue. If I can fix the issue without intentionally doing more damage, then that's what I want to do. That's how I keep my house standing. Yeah, girl. Yeah. So I'm not in for this. Listen, I believe in a very, very specific mindset, because I believe that it puts us in a position to actually win and to get things accomplished. Yes, Red Hot. 100%. Aw, thank you. Appreciate it, Book Junkie. Right? I got you. Okay, so listen, after this, your next snack, either banana, peach, or apple. Okay? Well, then banana or apple. You don't have to have a peach. Okay? Okay. There. Here, put these back, make sure it stays cold. Okay? Oh, Bella loves the peaches. Bella is the peach girl. We have to peel them and cut them up. Bella will eat 3 or 4. I have to stop them so that they don't make her sick or change her output, if you will. Like real talk. Okay. I do want to talk about the NDAA and Section 219. How many of you all are concerned about the NDAA, and how many of you all know where it comes from? Let me just I'm going to do a little bit of a survey. Okay. How many of you all that are on here have or have not read, how many of you have not read the plan outlined by the Heritage Foundation for our relationship with Israel? If you are not familiar with this report by the Heritage Foundation on Israel, please put a 1 in the chat if you don't know and if you haven't read the report. A lot of you all. Okay, let's learn today. Y'all ready? So this quote unquote special report from the Heritage Foundation was released in March of 2025. Okay. And I believe this is already in my link tree. It is a 29 page document. And I'm going to share it with you. All right. You ready? If you're watching me on YouTube or anywhere else, I'm going to show it to you. Okay. All right. So this is the document. And it's called, it's March 12th, 2025, and it's U.S.-Israel Strategy from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership 2029 through 2047. And it's written by the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. And well, here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to read the very beginning, the fluff of it, because it's all the things that they want you to believe about it, right? So this is when they talk about the special relationship and who Israel is to us and what Hamas did or didn't do. all of that is their narrative, and I'm skipping over it because I want to get to the meat and potatoes. Okay. So when you go down into this thing and you look at, so remember, I want y'all to remember that I told you that I modeled Project for the People after how the Heritage Foundation models their reports. So what the Heritage Foundation did in the beginning of this, they outline their story, their narrative as to why this position is great for us. And then the very next thing that they do is they outline the strategic framework. Okay. So what are the things, what are the 3 or 4 things that has to happen? And so I'm going to share with you what they put out. Okay. Yes. So here we go. It says, strategic framework. The U.S.-Israel relationship was one of the United States' most strategically vital partnerships, anchored in shared democratic values. That's the Hasbara that they want everybody to believe. Common regional threats, to whom? No. And decades-long commitment to deepening cooperation across security, economic, diplomatic, and technological domains. So for me, when I hear this, what I hear is propaganda. Because when we talk about regional threats, the threat to the Middle East is and has always been the establishment of Israel, not just because Israel is there. It's because from the beginning, ever since Israel was first established there, they have continuously fired upon their neighbors. They have continuously attacked other borders. They have continuously sought land and resources that do not belong to them. And so that's just the accurate history of the facts. Okay. And then it goes on to say this: the U.S.-Israel partnership, shared values and vision. Israel stands as an outpost for American values. And listen, you might say, oh, that's not true. I say that it is. I say that it is because America's values have been G-side. American values has been damn near an apartheid state, right? We had Jim Crow here. Those are American values, from people. So you might not like me saying that, but it is what it is. And then when it says boasting a robust civil society, democratic institutions, free and fair elections, an independent judiciary, which they are not, and a commitment to freedom of speech and press, they are not. That's not true at all. These features have enabled Israel to flourish as an engine of innovation, a hub for technological development, and one of the most dynamic polities in the world. As the Middle East only, this is funny when they say this, as the Middle East only liberal democracy, listen, Israel is an apartheid state by definition, and it has been for decades. So it is not a liberal democracy. It's absolutely horseshit. No, it's not. And here's what they go on to say. Israel shares America's dedication to the rule of law. Nope. Free markets and technological innovation, forming the bedrock of the vital bond between the two nations and serving as the foundation of their strategic relationship. Mutual challenges and Israel's strategic importance. I want to see how much of this I want to read. I don't. So a lot of this is the propaganda, but listen to what they say. This is the bullet point. Israel as a security producer. The United States has sought to enshrine Israel's status as a quote unquote security producer through a policy of ensuring Israel's military advantage over potential adversaries. Now, I want to pause at that comma. And I want to read that part again. The United States has sought to enshrine Israel's status as a security producer through a policy of ensuring Israel's military advantage over potential adversaries. So let me ask a question to all of the folks that support Israel, and for all of the folks that believe in America first, and for all of the folks that are screaming about how we need to force other countries to secure themselves. we need to stop paying so much into NATO. We don't need to be the defenders and ensuring the defense of other countries. Tell me, what is the difference between those countries and Israel? I will wait. What is the difference? Good morning, Molotov Juice Box. What is the difference between Israel and other countries? Why is it okay for us to shore up the defense of Israel, but not other countries? Why, for all of you all who are saying that we need to stop putting so much into NATO, Europe needs to defend itself, and so needs to defend itself. Why doesn't Israel have to figure out a way to defend itself without our dollars? No answer? Yeah, so this is the thing, right? There is no defense. There is no defense. You can't sit up here and scream that that the UK needs to do its own defense, and so does Denmark, and so does Poland, and so does this, and so does that, and so does this, and so does that. You can't, like, I'm just being very clear about that and not apply that same logic to Israel. Why is the United States of America freely, gladly responsible for the financing of Israel's defense? Right? Yeah. That is why the prompt says Christian nationalism and Christian Zionism are the greatest threats to the country. That's why the prompt says that, because it is 100% either your political ideology or your religion that is backing that position. Because if you take your religion or your political ideology out of it, there is no justification for it. I'm going to repeat that. If you take your religion or your political ideology out of it, there is zero justification for it, because we would never do this with any other country. I want you to imagine that the state of Florida had license plates that says Florida stands with China instead of Florida stands with Israel. How about we do this? Let's try another license plate. Let's just say that instead Florida had a license plate that says Florida stands with Nigeria instead of Florida stands with Israel. Can we have that license plate? Florida stands with Sudan. Florida stands with Congo. Florida stands with Russia. No, that doesn't work. Then tell me, why does it work for a state in the United States of America to have a license plate that promotes a foreign country that we quote unquote stand with them? That's treasonous language, in my opinion. So Ethan says, when he brings this up, some people reply that it is shame over the lack of support before the H cost by the U.S. government. Let me just be clear. Except, and I know that you said that's a deflection, of course, but I want to be clear. If we, the United States of America, is going to be ashamed of our lack of support before the annihilation of a group of people, then can we do that for the people of Congo? Can we do that for the 13 to 15 million Congolese people that King Leopold slaughtered for fucking rubber? Where was our lack of support for those 13 to 15 million people? Thanks, Coach. Right? If we're going to have shame over our lack of support of endangered people, before they were annihilated or had atrocities committed against them, then let's just apply it across the board. I mean, literally, if we are now doing things, if we are financing countries and peoples because of our shame, then by all means, we should be doing some shit right now for the transatlantic slave individuals, right? Reparations should be a foregone fucking conclusion then. If we are going to do things based on shame, then Black Americans in this country should have like a whole lot of shit in their bank account today. And can we talk about Native Americans? If the United States of America is now financing institutions and people and movements based on shame for the sins that it committed in the past, then I mean, right now we should have every Native American reservation should have clean, fully like clean, accessible drinking water. We should have fully funded public school systems. We should have transportation. We should have a whole team of people that are set up to investigate the missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country. Like, if we are doing things based on our shame as a country, we got a lot of groundwork to cover up. But since we're not doing it because of our shame, then we need to have a real talk about why we are doing it. And it's because of either your Christianity or your Zionism, or both. And what's crazy to me is you will staunchly defend the state of Israel while it absolutely annihilates innocent children, and you will gloat about how amazing they are while our children go to bed hungry, go to school hungry, don't have access to medication, while our elderly die in inadequate facilities, nursing homes where they are abused and they have bed sores. There's no respect for our elders here, but we will respect the fuck out of another country that does not respect us. They laughed in the face of our congressman. Back to the document. And this document claims that we provide Israel with cutting edge technology. Do you know what that means, actually? So that means the laws that we have in the United States of America that prevent us from using certain technology on our own citizens and our own populations or in other places around the world, we give it to Israel for them to use. When we say that we provide it with cutting edge technology, that means we give it the things that we are outlawed to use so that they can test it for us. They talk about Israel as an economic engine. It says Israel's economic, anytime you hear them refer to something as an economic engine, that should be just like a red flag alert from every fiber of your bones. It says Israel's economic dynamism has the potential to spur broader development of the Middle East via initiatives such as the Abraham Accords and the I2U2, the grouping of India, Israel, and the UAE. That's another one. If y'all don't know, that's another one that's an issue. And the United States formed in 2021 to deepen private sector technological cooperation. In other words, the advancement of flock cameras and spying systems and Palantir and all of that. That is the advancement of private sector and a surveillance state. That's what that is. And then it goes on to say, this is from the Heritage Foundation, page 5, integrating Israel more deeply into the economies and political dynamics of the broader Middle East will lay the basis for a true zone of prosperity that allows other U.S. partners in the region to benefit from Israel's success. Meanwhile, Israel's potential should be also harnessed to make it a vital link, facilitating the more efficient movement of goods and services among African, Asian, and European markets. Really? And then here's the bullet point that I want everyone to get. I want everyone to understand this last bullet point. And I read, quote, Israel as an equal partner. What? This is in bold print. Israel as an equal partner. The logical progress of the decades-long special relationship between Washington and Jerusalem would be into one of true and equal partnership. To prevent political disagreements from devolving into political blackmail. Well, why would we be able to politically blackmail each other? The partnership needs to move to more equitable footing, where security support is insulated from the vagaries of shifting national and global politics, and where America makes commitments to Israeli security that are truly ironclad. So in other words, right. Now, I just want to be clear. What is the oldest partnership that exists for the United States of America from one country to another? What is the oldest partnership that exists? What is the oldest relationship? I won't say partnership, but what is the oldest allyship? England. Well, true, righteous giggles. It was actually France, if I'm being honest. It was actually France, because France is who helped us get away from England. Right. No, it's actually France. If we're being honest, we say it's the English, but it's literally the French. And then we turned around and bailed on their asses when they needed us. Like real talk. We were like, nah, we're good. No thanks. But everyone should be concerned about the government saying equal partnership with, and this is my thing, you all. What does it say about us that the position that we desire for equal partnership is with a country that is known everywhere else in the world by every human rights agency that exists, that this is an institution, this is a country, this is a state, this is a military that commit war crimes and crimes against humanity. And why is that the country that we seek to have a strategic partnership with? And what does that say about us? Because it has to say something. The beginning of a new me, did you mean to request up? You know, the way that I look at this is you can be, what's up, Max Voigt? You can be one or two types of Americans. And I'm not saying you can't be anything else, right? But you can be one of two major groupings in the United States of America. You can be among the people that refuse to acknowledge who we are, what we have done, what we continue to do, and who is behind it. Or you can acknowledge and get real with even the things that are very difficult, right? In order to create something different. And I choose the latter. I choose the latter. And the thing about it is I don't choose the latter because I'm just like, oh, Republicans suck. No, let me just be clear. And I say this a lot, and I'm going to say it again, especially if you're new to me, because maybe you've never heard me say this. When it comes to policy, because that's what I like to talk about, policy and the issues and people, right? When it comes to policy, the two parties, Democratic and Republican, are not very different when it comes to foreign policy. They're not. The Democratic Party is just as compromised by AIPAC as the Republican Party is, or at least they were. that influence has shifted greatly. And the reason that we know it has shifted, not enough, but the reason that we know that it has shifted is because of the vote that was taken last week. Almost half of the Democrats in Congress voted against continuing to fund Israel. That is an important, significant gain in the position of the Democrats within Congress. Okay? It's a huge deal. So it's not enough, right? But it is a big deal. That tide is turning. Okay? So that's number one. When it comes to domestic policy, I need to be clear. There is no fucking comparison between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Does not mean that I love everything about the Democratic Party. Does not mean that I think the Democratic Party is amazing. It means that they are leaps and bounds ahead of the Republican Party when it comes to domestic policy that impacts the lives of working class Americans. There's zero comparison. If you are not making $150,000 a year or more, it is in your best interest entirely to vote for progressives. Period. And if you're not in the top 1%, it is in your best interest to also vote for progressives. Because the direction that some people desire to take this country into this very fascist, very elitist idea of a country, listen, if you're not in that 1%, you will not matter. Even the 150 ain't going to be enough. For progressives, things that I would love to say to you so that you understand is stop saying derogatory things about people who aren't where you are right now in this moment, because that does not help us bridge the divide. And like it or not, we must bridge the divide. If you are someone who says, I don't believe in the system isn't working, my question, this is going to be my response, this is going to be my thing. I invite you to join me in changing it. If you don't believe in the system as it exists right now today, then I invite you to join me to change it and to develop and design a system that does work for the majority of people, for working class people, because working class people are the fucking majority. So if your bone of contention is I don't believe in the system is broken, or the system is rigged, then you have a choice, beloved. You can either use that as an excuse to sit on your ass and whine and cry or fucking act like you're not part of this society, or you can get off your ass and join folks that are about designing a system that actually works. That's what sits before you. And we are not where we have ever been. There are remnants of where we are today that mimic the period between 1860 and 1868. There are things of today that have remnants of that feeling of that time period. We had a racist, fascist president in that time. We have one now. And I'm not arguing with you about whether or not you think Donald Trump's a racist. Nope, especially if you white. I'm damn sure not arguing with a single white person as to whether or not he's racist, because your opinion doesn't matter. Just like I would never argue with an LGBTQIA person as to whether or not someone is homophobic or transphobic. I'm not, because I'm not a part of that community. Real talk. Back in that time period, we had a Supreme Court that was also racist. We had a Supreme Court that was compromised. We had a Supreme Court that was endangering the rights and the ability to liberate Black and brown people in this country. We have that now in the Supreme Court that exists today. And so it is incumbent upon us to look at the past, to see what was done in the past that shaped the future of this country. And it also shaped one of the most productive economic growth, wealth generating periods for minorities in this country in history. If the Reconstruction period had been allowed to continue, life would look very different for Black Americans. I pulled this up the other day, and it's worth pulling up and going over again. So give me 1 second. Oh, give me a second, folks. All right, so nope, I want it. All right, so I'm going to share this with you all because it's really, really incredible. From 1860 to the 1910s, we had whoops, hold on, I want to go back. All right, so 1860 is the baseline. Why is 1860 the baseline? Because it's prior to the Civil War, right? 1860 is the baseline when we talk about wealth gap in this country. And at that time, the wealth gap was 60 to 1, underpinned by the enslaved plantation economy, okay? Now, what they would consider to be post-emancipation convergence, or the Reconstruction period, right? For the first 50 years following emancipation, right? The per capita wealth gap dropped to 10 to 1 by 1920. Did y'all hear me? It went from 60 to 1 to 10 to 1 in 50 years. That's incredible. That's what the Reconstruction Acts did for Black people in the United States of America. It dwindled that wealth gap from 60 to 1 to 10 to 1 over 50 years. So what is that? That is a reduction by 10 points every decade, right? That gets us to 1920. What's up, Dolphin? That gets us to 1920. But then what happens after that? By the time we get to the 1950s, it's reduced. So 30 years, it's reduced to 7 to 1. So that is still, we're still moving, but now we're down to 1 point for every 10 years. Okay. And then in the 1950s, we hit Jim Crow. And then we got discriminatory housing policies. We got all of that happened, right? And y'all want to know what's really crazy? Is that we got all the way down to 5 to 1, right? By the 80s. Today, we are at almost 7 to 1. We are currently going backwards in terms of the wealth gap in this country. This is why my second point says racism is still the greatest point of intersectionality used to cause division and the greatest issue in this country. And it shows up in class. Classism is a symptom of racism. Then, it just is what it is. Do me a favor, you guys, do a check right now on your status. Look down at the bottom of your TikTok app. If the two people at the bottom are grayed out, that means that you have requested to come up to the panel. Make sure that you intended to do that. If it is pink and blue, that means you have not requested. So if you would like to, that's how you know, and you can. So here's what I believe. I believe that we have to be diligent about closing the wealth gap. I also believe that there are things that we have to do to secure the stability of the country as we get there, right? Give me a second. Well, he requested and then he left. So here's the thing that let me just make sure that I've given you what I want to give you so far. I've gone over that. Let me see if there's. Can somebody check my link tree and see if this Heritage Foundation document on the strategic partnership with Israel is in my link tree? If it's not, I want to integrate it. I want to put it in there. But I want you to understand the new memorandum of understanding that the Heritage Foundation has proposed to do is to do regional integration with Israel, to have a regional defense architecture, okay, bilateral and multilateral trade agreements with Israel, Middle East energy cooperation. And then there's a couple of additional initiatives that they outline. Listen to this. I want to give you the overview of security cooperation financial obligations. Are you ready? Because this part's astounding and I want you to hear me as I outline this. So here's the table. It gives you what number of years. So 2029 would be year one. And it tells you what are our obligations and Israel's obligations. Are you ready for this shit? You're not ready, but get ready because here we go. Year one in 2029, the U.S. obligations for foreign military financing, $4 billion. And the U.S. obligations for cooperative programs is $500 million. So year one, the United States of America, yeah, Scotty, it's on YouTube. TikTok, whenever I'm showing things that's not original, like when I share my screen, they've been dinging me, but it's in my link tree. So listen, year one, 2029, U.S. obligations, $4.5 billion. Israel obligations, $0. Year two, 2030. U.S. obligations, another $4.5 billion, $4 billion for foreign military financing, and another $500 million for cooperative programs. Israel obligations, $0. Year three, 2031. Foreign military financing from the United States of America, $4 billion. Cooperative programs, $500 million. Israel's obligation, $0. So just to recap, 2029, 2030, 2031, the United States of America's obligations to Israel, $4.5 billion. Israel's obligations, $0. Year four, 2032. Foreign military financing, $3.75 billion. And cooperative programs increases to $0.75 billion. So $750 million. Israel's obligation, anybody want to take a guess? $0. Year five, U.S. obligations, $3.6 billion. Israel's obligation, $0. Year six, U.S. obligations, 4.5, right? Am I doing that right? Yes. $4.5 billion. Israel's obligations, $0. Year seven, 2035. U.S. obligation, $4.5 billion. $3 for military financing, $1.5 for cooperative programs. Israeli obligations, $0. Year eight, another $4.5 billion from the United States of America. 2.75 by military financing, 1.75 for cooperative programs, 0 from Israel. 2037, that's year 9. $2.5 billion for foreign military financing, $2 billion for cooperative programs, 0 obligations for Israel. Year 10, 2038, $2.25 billion in foreign military financing from the U.S. and 2.25 for a total of $4.5 billion from the United States, 0 from Israel. So for 10 years, according to the Heritage Foundation's outline, we are going to give Israel $4.5 billion every single year, and they are obligated to give absolutely fucking nothing. And that's just the first 10 years. Meanwhile, they're okay with Social Security being depleted. Meanwhile, they're okay with cutting Medicaid and Medicare. Meanwhile, they don't want you to have universal health care. Meanwhile, your children can go to school hungry. Meanwhile, and that's just for the next 10 years. There's more. You ready? Year 11, 2039, another $2.5 billion. Israel, their obligation, $250 million. Year 11, another $4.25 billion. Year 12, $3.75 billion. Israel's obligation, $500 million, so $500 million. Let me just cut to the chase. By year 19, we give $2.25 billion and they give $2.25 billion. It takes us 20 fucking years, but then they finally give what we give. How about that? When you go and you read, so listen, when I tell you that the NDAA, Section 219, is part of this birthing from the Heritage Foundation, when you get all the way down to page 17, supplementary elements of the new U.S.-Israeli partnership, defense and security cooperation. Defense, the United States ensures Israel's security in part through retaining Israel's qualitative military advantage in the Middle East, a strategic imperative guaranteeing that Israel maintains technological, tactical, and operational superiority over any potential adversaries. The U.S. should continue to prioritize advanced defense technology transfers, joint development programs, and sustained security assistance to ensure that Israel maintains its military advantage and to uphold other critical components of the bilateral defense strategy. And it says the U.S. and the Israel should what? Enhance joint technology development, enhance logistical and operational support, expand military training and exercises, facilitate defense procurement, intelligence and counterterrorism. Like, this is the thing. So yes, VJ, the U.S. would be financing the Greater Israel Project. This is not the bill, y'all. This is literally, so what I've given you first, because I have the bill pulled up and we're getting to the bill. This is the special project that was released in March of 2025 by the Heritage Foundation, outlining a 19-year plan to become an equal with Israel. That's what this is. So now, if I hop over here, right, and I go to the actual bill, right, say you're Israel's bitch without saying you're Israel's bitch, 100%. 100%. So next, where is my, nope. Y'all know me with all my things. So nope, I don't want that. I don't want that. Hold on, y'all. I got to figure out. Oh, it's a different browser. All right. So here we go. We're going to go to section 219 of the bill. Okay, stop. Here we go. All right. I'm going to share it over here. All right, so here we go. So what I'm reading from now is the bill, is section 219. You ready? The United States/Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. A, establishment. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent. And I just want to be clear. Do you want to know why they're still calling it the Secretary of Defense? Because legally that's the name of the department. It has not been changed. So when Congress talks about allocating funds and appropriating funds for the Department of Defense, it's the fucking Department of Defense because that's the name. Congress hasn't changed the name. That's why it still says that. Okay. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent as such term is defined in the Department of Defense Directive 5101.01, responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the United States and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation by number 1, identifying jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational utility for potential integration into United States systems and programs of record. So I want to be clear. Have you seen anything about a challenge to this under the Leahy laws yet? I haven't yet, Jeff. I haven't. But I want to be clear about something, you all. So do you all remember Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, going with Jeffrey Epstein to another African country to help them establish a surveillance state? Do y'all remember this? Yeah. So that's the thing. This is something that Israel is known for. Israel is known for helping create using surveillance technology and selling it to other countries. So let me see if I can find this really quick for you. All right, so here we go. So Ehud Barak proposed a security and surveillance package reportedly valued at around $150 million that featured a mobile and internet surveillance center designated to monitor telecommunications and feed data to local security services. This was in Cote it's the Ivory Coast, and in Nigeria. Yeah, look it up. There's a lot of stuff about it, but just so that everyone is clear, when you read this proposed law and it says identifying jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational utility and potential integration into the United States systems and programs of record, that means help the United States of America become a surveillance state. 2, ensuring collaborative research initiatives involving government, private sector, and academic institutions in the United States and Israel is done in a manner that protects sensitive technology and information and the national interest, security interests of the United States and Israel. 3, facilitating the transition of technologies from research and development into procurement and acquisition pathways. Be careful, Sin, because there's a lot of people sharing things. And if you don't know that it's authentic, I would be mindful. I would be mindful. Hey, Jacqueline, did you mean to request up? Jacqueline, did you mean to request up? I guess so. All right. Sorry, folks. Next, it says 4, establishing frameworks for joint ventures, licensing agreements, and U.S.-based co-production or manufacturing partnerships with Israeli industry. Number 5, coordinating with relevant Department of Defense components, including the Irregular Warfare Technology Support Directorate, Capability Development and Innovation Divisions, the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the Defense and Innovation Unit, the United States-Israel Operations Technology Working Group, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the Missile Defense Agency, the U.S. Space Command, the military departments, and other Department of Defense entities as appropriate to align efforts and avoid duplication. And 6, promoting joint training exercises and information sharing mechanisms to enhance operational readiness to deploy jointly developed technologies. B, cooperative efforts. The synchronized cooperative efforts under subsection A may be carried out through the following domains: counter unmanned systems, including aerial, maritime, and ground platforms. That would be your drones, people. Anti-tunneling and subterranean threats, missile and air defense technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum machine learning and autonomous systems, directed energy and advanced sensing, cyber defense, electronic warfare, and digital resilience, biotechnology. This one is a big one for me, y'all. When I read biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and medical defense, and I know that Israel has used white phosphorus in Lebanon and in Gaza, that's a fucking problem for me. And it should be a problem for you. Network integration, data fusion, and contested logistics, defense industrial base cooperation, manufacturing and co-production, other emerging technologies as jointly agreed upon by the U.S. and Israel. C, activities in coordination with other federal departments and agencies. Listen to this. Yes, white phosphorus. It's a chemical weapon. It's a chemical weapon. Yep. So let me just show you all. So I'm going to give you a couple of different articles. So, and I'm going to give you a couple of different sources because I think it's important to do that. And I'm going to do 4 right off the bat. So the first one that I'm giving you is from the Human Rights Watch. The second one is from the Institute for Middle East Understanding. The third is from Amnesty International. And the fourth is from The Guardian. Okay. So I'm saying those again so that you understand that I'm pulling from 4 different, phosphorus can melt metal. So, and there's actually one weapon used by Israel that literally evaporated almost 3,000 Palestinians. But I'll talk about that one in just a second. Let's talk about this one first. So I'm on the Human Rights Watch, and you can actually see evidence. There are pictures of it. So there are artillery fired wasp phosphorus, and this image that I'm showing on YouTube and Facebook and Substack and Twitch. is over Gaza City's port on October 11th of 2023. Israel's use of white phosphorus in military operations in Gaza and Lebanon put civilians at risk of serious and long-term injuries, Human Rights Watch said today in releasing a question and answer document on white phosphorus. Human Rights Watch verified videos taken in Lebanon and Gaza on October 10th and 11th, 2023, respectively, showing multiple airbursts of artillery-fired white phosphorus over the Gaza City port and 2 rural locations along the Israel-Lebanon border, and interviewed 2 people who described an attack in Gaza. White phosphorus, which can be used either for marking, signaling, and obscuring, or as a weapon to set fires that burn people and objects, has a significant incendiary effect. Like as soon as it reaches the air, it bursts into flames. And that can severely burn people and set structures, fields, and other civilian objects in the vicinity on fire. The use of white phosphorus in Gaza, one of the most densely populated areas of the world, magnifies the risk to civilians and violates the international humanitarian law prohibition on putting civilians at unnecessary risk. Quote, any time that white phosphorus is used in crowded civilian areas, it poses a high risk of excruciating burns and lifelong suffering, said Lama Faki, Middle East and North Africa director at Human Rights Watch. Quote, white phosphorus is unlawfully indiscriminate when air bursts in populated urban areas where it can burn down houses and cause egregious harm to civilians, end quote. On October 11th, Human Rights Watch interviewed by phone 2 people from the Al Mina area in Gaza City who described observing strikes consistent with the use of white phosphorus. One was in the street at the time, while the other was in a nearby office building. Both described ongoing strikes before seeing explosions in the sky, followed by what they described as white lines going earthward. They estimated that the attack took place sometime between 11:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. Both said that the smell was stifling. The person who was in his office said that the smell was so strong that he went toward the window to see what was happening and then filmed the strike. Human Rights Watch reviewed the video and verified that it was taken in Gaza City's port and identified that the munitions used in the strike were airburst 155 millimeter white phosphorus artillery projectiles. Other videos posted to social media and verified by Human Rights Watch show the same location. Dense white smoke and a garlic smell are characteristics of white phosphorus. Human Rights Watch also reviewed 2 videos from October 10th from 2 locations near the Israeli-Lebanon border. Each shows the 155 millimeter white phosphorus artillery projectiles being used, apparently as smoke screens, marking, or signaling. White phosphorus ignites when exposed to atmospheric oxygen and continues to burn until it is deprived of oxygen or exhausted. Its chemical reaction can create intense heat of about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to repeat that. Its chemical reaction can create intense heat of about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, light and smoke. Upon contact, white phosphorus can burn people thermally and chemically down to the bone, as it is highly soluble in fat and therefore in human flesh. White phosphorus fragments can exacerbate wounds even after treatment and can enter the bloodstream and cause multiple organ failure. Already dressed wounds can reignite when the dressings are removed and the wounds are re-exposed to the oxygen. So even if you have a wound from white phosphorus that is treated and is wrapped, if you go to change those bandages and those wounds are re-exposed, they can reignite because it is exposed to oxygen again. Even relatively minor burns are often fatal. For survivors, extensive scarring tightens muscle tissue and creates physical disabilities. The trauma of the attack, the painful treatment that follows, and appearance-changing scars lead to psychological harm and social exclusion. The use of white phosphorus in densely populated areas of Gaza violates the requirement under international humanitarian law to take all feasible precautions to avoid civilian injury and loss of life, Human Rights Watch said. I'm not going to read the rest of the article But you get what I'm saying. And this is the reason why I say unequivocally, unabashedly, the United States of America is participating in war crimes and crimes against humanity because we are financing this activity. And we know that it exists. Period. I say this often and I will say it again. Talking about Israel is not talking about Jewish people. Talking about Israel is talking about Israel. Talking about Israel is not anti-Semitic because it's not talking about Semitic people. Palestinians are Semitic people. This is about accountability for Israel and the United States of America. And as a U.S. citizen, right, it would be irresponsible of me to not talk about what we are doing as a country. As a veteran, it would be unpatriotic to not talk about what we're doing. There are many, many things have come out about the United States of America and the things that we did in wars and conflicts, things that we did in World War II, things that we did in Vietnam, the chemicals that we sprayed, the things that we did in Japan, the things that we've done all around the world. This is not something that we haven't done. It's just historically accurate. And if it's uncomfortable, good. Be uncomfortable. And be uncomfortable to choose to create something different. It does not have to be this way, and we should not let anyone convince us that it has to be this way because it does not. It is not a requirement that this is how we operate in the world. So I will say to you, give me a second. These 99 days is our opportunity as U.S. citizens to band together and set our sights and our focus on creating something different. And the reality is that we can make that happen. Let me ask you this question. Real talk. If you are a woman in this country or a man that values women, would you like to see the Equal Rights Amendment added to the Constitution to ensure that women have equal rights protections ingrained and embedded in the Constitution and provided? If that is something that you would like to see, please put a heart of any color in the chat. A heart of any color. And let me tell you the reason why this is such a simple thing to do. And I would pick up the phone and call your representatives today and ask them this. Ask every Democrat in Congress, ask every single one of them, if you make Democrats the majority in the House and in the Senate this November, would they be willing to pass a resolution next session in the spring of 2027 that removes the 10-year requirement for ratification of amendments so that the ERA can be added to the Constitution? Now, I already know the answer that they're going to give you is yes. And the reason why I know it is because it is the Democratic Party that has introduced that resolution more than once. And do you know the body that blocked it? Republicans in the Senate. That is not me saying Republicans are bad, Democrats are good. That's me stating a fucking fact. The fact is, Democrats introduced a resolution to eliminate the single barrier to ensuring that women have equal rights added to the Constitution. Yeah, you didn't know that? I thought we talked about this before. So let me show you. Senate GOP blocks ERA. On April 27th, 2023, Senate Republicans blocked a resolution to remove the 1982 ratification deadline for the Equal Rights Amendment. The procedural vote was 51 to 47, falling short of the 60 votes needed to move forward. That's a fact. If Republicans don't like me saying it, then fucking change it and vote different. But the fact is, it was Senate Republicans that voted against making sure that women had equal rights in the Constitution. And that was in 2023. So it's a fact. So guess what? Do you know what a selling point right now is? If you want to have a talking point when you are having conversations with people about why we should vote for the Democratic Party in the midterms, it's very simple. Number one, we're going to pass that fucking resolution and we are going to get the ERA added to the Constitution, and women are going to have equal rights under the law according to the Constitution. Done. Okay, that's number one. Number two, would you like to see the funds that were taken away from our social programs that feed our children, our elderly, and our disabled? Would you like to see those funds put back so those people can actually eat? If you would like to see the funds put back so that Americans can eat, children, disabled people, elderly people, give me a heart of any kind up in this chat. Because guess what? That can be done. All you do is you take budget reconciliation, that same bullshit maneuver that they used last year to take those funds away from people, working class, ordinary people, and you reverse engineer it and you put it fucking back. You want to see that $75 million taken from ICE and put back? Then you vote Democrat in the midterms. Not because you love them, but because you want to provide medical care access for people in this country. You want people that don't qualify for Medicaid to be able to afford to purchase it from the marketplace? Then you vote so that we can redesign tax subsidies, premiums, and put them back into the ACA. And you do it with budget reconciliation. That's what we did. James, I will answer your question if you click this link and you join me on my panel. Other than that, I'm not answering you. If you want to have a discussion about the rights of men versus the rights of women, then you click that link and you come join my panel and you have a conversation with me. One-on-one. So this is my thing, Heidi. So number one, the ERA is easy because they've already attempted to do it. That's number one. Number two is understand where we are. It is the pressure of the people that is making them do what we want to do. We had almost half of all the Democrats in Congress vote to not fund Israel anymore, including fucking Nancy Pelosi. Why? Because they feel the pressure. Because they want to stay in office, because they don't want the people to vote them out. That's how powerful your vote is. That's how powerful your position is. You metaphorically keep your foot on their neck. Not literally, but you metaphorically keep your foot on their neck. And you continue to have conversations with the people in your community and demonstrate that more of us want the same things than we don't. We live in a country where up until 1973, women couldn't have credit in their own names. You couldn't have credit cards. You couldn't buy a house without your daddy or your husband. We live in a country where you still, as a woman, cannot determine what type of health care is best for you and your body with your physician. I have been in a doctor's office and been asked how old I am, how many kids do I have, and whether or not my husband wants me to have my tubes tied, as if it's any of his fucking business. Do men have to get permission from their female counterparts to get Viagra? Maybe we don't want your shit to be up all the time or for that damn long. Do men have to ask permission from their spouses before they get a penile pump? Maybe it's God's will that your shit don't work. Maybe your shit acting like a wet noodle is God's will. Don't interfere with what God intended. No, they don't have to ask for a vasectomy. So when you talk to me about men's rights and women's rights, I'm just giving you a few examples of how it shows up in real life. Women are the only group of people on this planet that bleed every single month, and it's a matter of our health and cleanliness and societal well-being, and we got to pay for our shit and be taxed. Why? I promise you, if the end of your member bled every month, men would want some free shit to wrap around the end of it. And you damn sure wouldn't go to work. If men's balls leaked blood every month, you would be in bed. I don't want to hear it. I bet you money that was your provider, Don Juan, because it's not a statewide thing. I'm just saying. This is when it's so wild to me when people want to say, well, what rights do women not have that men have? I'm so over it. I'm responding to a question in the comments on YouTube, James. I'm responding to the fuckery that I heard today only from men. So I'm going so hard on men today because men got on my panel in YouTube and on TikTok with their fuckery today. So if men don't want me to go so hard on them, don't come in here with no bullshit. And by the way, there's not a damn thing that I've said that isn't accurate. And why do men go so hard on women every damn day? Lose some weight, gain some weight, smile. Don't smile too much. Be pretty, have self-confidence. Don't think you're too pretty because you ain't all that. Oh, I can't take you on a date? Well, you're a bitch and you ain't all that anyway. Don't drink too much. Don't wear that skirt. You need to be sexy. Don't be that sexy. Only be sexy the way I think you should be. Don't have long hair. Don't have short hair. Don't wear too much makeup. Be natural. Girl, you need to fix that up. Go get some Botox. Get big titties. Don't get none. We like them fake. We like them big. We like them this. We like them that. Don't bend over. Do bend over. Wear heels. Don't do that. Wear barefoot. The only thing that I hear consistently from men is how you can figure out how best to control women to suit your desires. And the thing is, we are not here for your desire. We are not here for your pleasure. We are whole ass autonomous individuals here for us. We're not here to bring you pleasure. And if you notice, for those of y'all that are talking about, well, the Bible says, okay, let's talk about the Bible, because here's what the Bible says. The Bible said it ain't good for man to be alone. It didn't say shit about women. It didn't say women shouldn't be alone. It said men. It said God said it was not good for man to be alone. So he made man to help me. He didn't say that man was helping me. That is why married men live longer and single women live longer. If you really want to tell the truth, and that is statistics, not my opinion. No, it's not. Maybe it's a benefit for both of us. That's not what the Bible says, James. And that's not what the statistics show. So, and that doesn't mean that I don't love and appreciate men. I do. We just don't belong to you. And that's part of the problem with this society, especially Western society. That's why they keep trying to convince women to give up their damn right to vote. Girl, don't you dare. Listen, if you have a man in your life that is telling you that you need to go with a household vote, blink twice because you are in trouble. Blink twice because you are the fucking trouble. Right, girl, you in danger. Dominic, can you come help me? So, James, you apparently don't know the reasons why women have hysterectomies. Go find out all the reasons why women have hysterectomies and then rejoin the conversation. Y'all are wild. What's up, Titus? Did you mean to request up?
I was boosting. I was just tapping. My bad.
I figured you were. Hope you're good.
Okay.
What's up, Mr. Barrios? Buenos dias. What's up, James?
Hello.
Hello. What would you like to say?
I just caught you in this rant. I don't know what they said or did, but surely you know that all of us are not chauvinist pigs.
Surely I know that it is all of you until it is none of you.
Come on.
See, you laugh because
That's
you.
not fair.
No, it is. It is 100% fair, and I'm going to tell you why. Right? So you came in and heard me on a rant, and rather than ask me, "Dang, Dani, what did some man say to make you?" No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Let me tell you what you said, and I'm gonna give you the difference. Here's the difference. Instead of coming in here and saying, "Damn, somebody must have been really out of pocket for Dani to say what she's saying right now," the question that you asked me was, "Why are you going so hard on men?" When nothing that I said wasn't factually accurate.
We've never experienced
What
that period in a month. You said we were all being bed.
What did I say that was hard on men?
That we would be in bed if we had to have a menstrual.
Because you get in bed if somebody blows too hard on your balls. I know good and damn well.
Okay, can you share with me what they said or did that made you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm irritated with the foolishness, and I'm irritated with grown-ass men acting like they don't understand what toxic masculinity has done in this country and around the world. That's what I'm irritated at. This is not anger. This is flat-out irritation with grown-ass men acting like they don't understand the societal impact of the patriarchy on women in this country. That's what I'm irritated about.
And that is all men?
James, I have a question. How many men do you know that have sexually assaulted a woman?
I don't know. I haven't taken that kind of survey.
Then it's all men, and that's exactly the point. Because you tell me how half of the women in the world, in this country, have been sexually assaulted or sexually harassed, but y'all don't know not one of the men doing it. How the fuck is that possible? How is it possible, James, that the majority of women, right, because you don't want to know, but you know the friend, but you all know the men that are making this obnoxious jokes. You know the men that have sexist views. You know the men that think about women as if they are pieces of meat and objects. You all know them, but you don't want to ask the question because you already know the answer. So you want plausible deniability. Meanwhile, it is the women in the world that suffer.
And how would we go about solving that?
I just told you. Police your own. How do you want white people to solve racism?
What couldn't we say that both men and women ought to do better about racism?
No, we're not. No, we're not making women responsible for sexual assault and harassment. No, the fuck we're not. No, we're not going to say we are not going. So that's like telling black people what they should do to fix racism. What should black people do to fix racism, James? Nothing? That's what women should do to fix sexism. Nothing.
So men should raise their sons completely by themselves.
Men should police other men. Men should police other men. The same way black people can't do shit about racism is the same way women can't end sexism and misogyny. It's on you.
And how do I go about doing that?
How do you want white people to fix racism, James? What should white people do?
think we acknowledge that there's a problem with some men.
No, answer my question. What should white people do to help end racism? What should white people do?
They have to first acknowledge it that it exists
And then what?
and take steps to eliminate it.
In what ways? What are those steps?
Creating a fairer system that acknowledges the worth and value of all people.
And how do you do that?
I think in some ways they put together a way of punishing people who violate that law.
So you just think that racist laws and hate speech laws and hate crime laws is enough? So
No, I don't think it's enough.
So what do you think? So when can you share with me how hate crimes have reduced racism in the United States of America?
It puts people on notice.
I ask you, how have hate crime laws reduced racism in the United States of America?
I'm sure that for some people who respect those laws, it's put them on notice and they don't do it.
So you think that the absence of committing a hate crime means you're not racist?
I don't know if you can completely go in a person's spirit and change their spirit.
This is my question. Do you believe that just because someone doesn't commit a hate crime, they can't be racist?
No, I don't believe that.
Correct. So what I asked you before is, what steps can average, regular white people do to help end racism?
They could change their individual mindset one person at a time.
And how do they go about doing that?
First, acknowledging that it exists within their spirit.
And then what else?
Then turn away from it.
James, you're a damn teacher. What is the answer to the question? Because you know the answer is through education, deconstruction, and conversations.
Yes.
So why the fuck you can't just say that?
Right, but that's acknowledging it.
No, that's not. No, that's not.
Don't you first have to acknowledge that you have a problem?
And then I said, and then what? So let me just share this with you. Hold on, James. Listen.
Okay.
So let me just say this. The laughter, the refusal to be able to simply say, deconstruct, get educated, have tough conversations, right?
Right.
That is what makes you a danger to women, because you perpetuate the society in which men get away with doing the things that they do.
But the laughter is not diminishing.
So the next time, so I just want to be clear. So if we were sitting here together and we were having a conversation about race and the impact of racism on the lives of Black and brown people, and we were talking about Philando Castile and Sandra Bland and Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd and Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony, and there was a white man on my panel that laughed the way that you just laughed, you would not see that as a fucking problem.
I would recognize it was an issue.
You would say it's a problem, right?
Right.
So the fact that I am sitting here and I am discussing, I am on YouTube, Sharon, the fact that I am sitting here discussing issues around women, and there's a man on my panel that is laughing, I recognize it as a fucking problem.
No, not laughing because it's nervousness. You got to recognize some people, when you got an issue in front of you that you might be nearly overwhelmed with, because I have a daughter too, okay? I only have one daughter. I don't have a son, okay? So certainly I want the world to be as kind and gentle to her as and correct as it is to any man.
Okay, so then this is my question. So how as a man with a daughter, how do you think we best get men of all ages to not see women as objects for ownership, for pleasure, for entertainment? How do you get men to see women as fully whole, autonomous individuals in and of themselves with absolutely zero obligation for your fulfillment?
You have to start out educating them and help them realize as boys. I mean, you have to recognize that.
But what do you do with the men who are already men? Are you telling me that grown men are too old to change their ways?
No, I'm not saying they're too old, but there are some of them who like, I find it ridiculous that you say there are men who want to squash women's ability to vote. I would find that's inconceivable.
Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment.
Say it didn't exist.
Give me one moment, please.
And women are expected to submit to their husbands. Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved from Washington State to Moscow, Idaho, where Wilson's movement is based.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no. In the sense that we're both saved by grace, we're absolutely on equal footing. But we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving here
was
ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church, it's all men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and in government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend.
So I'm going to stop right there because I think everybody gets my point. In case, for those of you all who do not know who Doug Wilson is the pastor for Pete Hegseth. Doug Wilson has... Yes. Doug Wilson is Pete Hegseth's pastor. Not only do they have their church, they have schools. Pete Hegseth's children go to their schools. This ideology that women should not be in certain roles in the military, which Pete Hegseth said, comes from his pastor. This pastor has been invited to speak at the Pentagon. The man that I just played was invited to speak at the Pentagon by Pete Hegseth. He wants a theocratic society. Listen, I don't know where y'all are, what world you're living in. But if you aren't concerned about the autonomy and the health and the well-being and the sovereignty of women within themselves, it's because you are in a position of privilege and you are not paying the fuck attention. The same way there are white people.
I have supported and always been a person who appreciated and respected women's ability to do all types of things. I've been under a woman's leadership.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is,
so now here's what you sound like. You sound like white people. I have lots of black friends. I think you know what? I have lots of black friends. I mean, we had a black president. I like Barack Obama. I can't be racist.
No, that is not who I'm suggesting at all. I'm saying to you, my whole thought pattern related to females is equal. I've never thought or suggested that somehow I should be some. So
you don't consider.
I'm saying what upsets me about what you played was how they got on Barack Obama about his minister, but yet.
Nope, I don't even want to go there. Nope, I don't even want to go. I'm staying right here. I'm talking about women.
Okay.
I'm talking about women. So James, in the household, are men the head of the household?
Are men the head of the household?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I align myself with thinking men are head of the household.
I know you do.
But not because of any dominance or demand. I feel like with the 2 times that I've been married, I was head of the household because they allowed me to be, not because I walked in and beating on my chest.
Right, because they allowed you to be, because they submitted.
Okay, so it wasn't something that I walked in every day. My dinner got to be.
Nope, that's not what I asked you. Okay. See, you are like white people when we talk about overt racism and covert racism. You, like white people, think because they're not walking around with fucking burning crosses, calling everybody the N-word, they're not racist. And you and I know better. And you think that because you're not coming in verbally abusing a woman and demeaning her, that you can't be sexist, my friend, and that's not true.
Well, what kind of thing, what type of attitude or behaviors would make me sexist if I'm not doing that kind of
The fact that you believe it's not all men, and the fact that you cannot say that the way to eradicate sexism is by holding your peers accountable. That's how I say that.
I just don't know a vehicle that would allow me to have any influence over adults.
Really? So what happens when people go to school?
Well, I mean,
what happens when people go to so you're telling me that you do not believe that adults are influenced by their peers? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that there is not a present vehicle, even in education. I have not seen where we have put together a class to try to educate men.
It's not about a class. Are you telling me, James, that when you and your guy friends have conversations, what your friends say to you has no impact?
I certainly share with my friends, if we get in those discussions, that how I don't agree with men dominating.
That's not what I asked you. I'm asking you in your conversations with your friends, are you trying to tell me that you do not believe that when we have conversations with our friends and with those of us that are in our immediate circle, that the things that we say to each other don't have an impact?
Yes, they have an impact.
So that's your vehicle. The problem is you can't use the vehicle because you in your own way. You can't use the vehicle available to you because you don't even know the route to go. You can't even get on the road and drive them nowhere because you don't even know where to go. You can't lead anybody to anti-sexism because you don't know that destination. You have not arrived. You can't tell somebody you can't give anybody a roadmap to a destination you've never reached. You have not reached an anti-sexist mindset, and an anti, just the same way we tell white people, it's not enough to just not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. You have not arrived at anti-sexism. Therefore, you can't drive the vehicle for nobody else. Yeah, baby.
Well, why would you suggest I don't live my life being anti-sexist?
Because I listen to you. What you mean? I don't care. Yeah, no, I'm listening to you. How do you know white people, James? How do you know white people aren't anti-racist?
Right, but what would suggest to you that I'm not anti-sexist?
Because I'm listening to you. I'm literally listening to you. The words that are coming out of your mouth.
Well, I'm not aware of them.
That's my point. That's my point. You're not aware of them, which tells me you have not done enough deconstruction. It tells me you are not proactively working to not be sexist. That's the problem. That's the problem. And then you refer to women as females. Wow, crazy word.
I'm not supposed to use the word female?
No.
Why?
Like, bro, the fact that you don't know. Wild to me.
But I mean, we use the word male.
Hey.
Why wouldn't we?
Are you looking for something, baby? Okay. But do you need something too? Okay.
When did we disallow the word female?
It's not disallow. It's about choice. It's about choice. So do we use the word colored people? Should white people call black people colored people?
No.
Because we didn't outlaw it. But we know better, right? And when white people don't know better, when white people don't know not to call black people colored people, what do we know about those white people?
But I didn't know there was a movement to get rid of male and female.
It's not about a movement to get rid of it. It's about understanding and knowing that women are not females.
Okay.
And that's my thing. So this is what I'm telling you, James. You're asking me, how do I know? I know because of the language that you use.
I'm looking to be educated.
I know. So listen, this is what I'm telling you. When you talk about men, you don't call them males. You call them men. You call them men.
So I'm disrespecting women if I say they're female?
When you refer to women, yes, baby.
This looks like a candy breast.
It is. I keep giving you an example, and the example that I'm giving it to you for a reason. It's because I know that you understand it.
I mean, I haven't seen an issue where
James, listen, follow me, okay?
I am. Okay.
So if you are talking and you are in conversation with a white person, and in their conversation they use the word colored, you know as well as I do that means that person has not done an iota of work in terms of deconstruction around racial issues. It tells you that they are not invested or concerned about racism as an issue or a problem. Because if they were concerned, right, about Black people, they would already know that colored is not appropriate. So what it says to me is, if you were concerned, just as a human being, if you were aware of the issues facing women, if you were aware of the attack on women and the negative impact of the patriarchy, right? And you would be proactively already aware that that's not how we talk. That's not how we talk about women. Imagine a young man coming to you, talking to you about your daughter, talking about, yeah, I met this female the other day. That's how he going back talking about your daughter like that. Yeah, I met this fine female the other day. Versus I met this woman the other day. You understand English language. You understand the sentiment. You understand what I'm saying to you. You're just uncomfortable with what I'm saying. Because
no, I'm acknowledging that I didn't know that word was an issue.
I'm just telling you.
Thank you. I was on the phone, that's why. That was the mailman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm outside. But when I talk to you, there are a lot of things you educate me about, because I have to tell you, my circle, now that I'm retired, is not as broad as it was when I was working.
Mm-hmm.
And for me to hear that there's some negativity related to that term.
But out of all the things that we've talked about, James, that's the least of my concern. Out of all the things that we have talked about, that's literally the least of my concern.
Okay.
Right? So like real talk. When you said, so it's all men, and then I ask you, tell me how many men you know that have sexually harassed or sexually assaulted a woman. And your answer is none.
I didn't say none. I didn't know any. Right.
You don't know any. Exactly. Right. You don't know any. And my thing is that's impossible. It's impossible, statistically speaking, because number one, there are more women in the world than men, right? Women are the majority.
Right.
Number two, if we know that, and I'm not talking about reported actual assaults, but when we know that 2/3 to 3/4 of all women and girls have experienced some sort of sexual harassment, sexual assault, sexual trauma, it is impossible that men don't know a single person that's perpetrated it. And what I am saying to you, what I'm offering, is that you don't want to know.
It's certainly not something that men go around acknowledging.
It is something that you know. You know men, you know the men in your life that you have known throughout your life that view women as objects or for ownership or for entertainment or for use. You do. Yes, you do. And the likelihood, and so this would be my question. So at any point in time when they have made those statements, right? When they've cracked a joke, have you spoken up and said, hey, that's not appropriate. Don't talk about women like that. The answer is no. Right. The answer is no. And that's part of the problem. Because I bet you money that if men simply started checking other men, it's like, yo, we don't talk about women like that, it would curtail that behavior. It's wild to me when I see women who've been assaulted and somebody will say, oh, she had too many drinks. And then my question is, how many men have ever stopped in and said, yo, bro, don't buy her another drink. She's had enough. How many men have seen a man follow a woman up the stairs, around the corner, down a hallway to her car, and stepped in and intervened and said, hey, where are you going? Nah, bro, she's good. And that is the point. When you ask me, what do men do about it? This is what men can do about it. That is what men can do about it. Every single one of you knows them. Right. When cover your drinks becomes a meme joke, we have a lot of work to do. Exactly.
it's
this,
clear that we have that men do have some of those issues.
I mean, you don't have to agree with me. I know I'm a woman. You are talking to a woman who has been raped. You are talking to a woman who has been raped. You are talking to a woman who has been sexually abused, both as a child and as an adult. I don't need you to tell me that there are men that have that problem. I don't need you to tell me that. I am aware.
Does that make us all culpable?
The fact that you asked me that question makes you culpable. The fact that that's a question that you had to ask me, that's what makes you culpable. That's what makes you complicit. Because I promise you, James, that if your daughter came home and said, Daddy, somebody raped me, you would not say, but does that make all men culpable? I promise you would not have that attitude if your daughter came home and said to me, and I don't know if you've ever asked your daughter, but you might want to. You might want to ask your daughter if she's ever been sexually harassed, sexually assaulted. It might open your eyes. Because if she hasn't, she's very lucky. Because the majority have.
But what, Danny, I'm not sure why would I want to open that conversation up with her if she doesn't want to open it to me.
She probably doesn't want to open it to you because you're not a safe space to have the conversation. She lives with you. Listen, you raised her. You raised her. So let me just be clear. Black people don't talk to white people about race when white people aren't safe. Women don't talk to men about sexual assault and abuse when those men aren't safe. And why would you not want to have a conversation with your daughter and let her know that as a father, if that has happened, you are there for her? What could you learn from your daughter? It's the wildest thing ever to me when I hear people say that.
In the course of raising her, I've tried to instruct her on how to deal with men.
No, why don't you instruct the men on how to deal with women? No, and no. Instruct the men. Why should we have to deal with you? Why should we have to figure out how to navigate our lives? Why do I need mace? Why do I need to walk to my car with my keys in between my fingers? Why do I need to park underneath a damn light in the parking lot? Why do I need to look behind my back when I walk out the door to make sure I'm not being followed? Why do I need 3 locks on my damn door? Why do I need to cover my drink? Why can I not turn my back? Why can I not let you buy me a drink and bring it to me? Because I don't know what the fuck you put in it by the time it gets to me. Stop telling women how we have to deal with men. Fix the fucking men. This is why we choose the bear.
The bear?
This is why we choose the bear.
And who is the bear?
I mean, literally the bear. This is why we choose. There's a meme that went around that said, "Women, would you choose would you choose to be alone with a bear or a man?" I'm choosing the bear every fucking time because I know what to expect from the bear all the time. I know what to expect from the bear. Y'all's ass? Nope. There's no telling. Y'all want to know what's so crazy about this? So do you all remember a few weeks ago, I was on a live and we were talking about sexual assault and we were talking about all of those things. And I went to look up, we were talking about Christianity in the United States of America. And then we were talking about the Catholic Church and the Southern Baptist Convention. Do y'all remember this? Oh, you give me a high five, girl? Get your sticky hands off me. And do you remember, you all, that I went to look at, remember when the Southern Baptist Convention put out that report and it listed all of the people that had been accused that belonged to the Southern Baptist Convention? And I was like, wait, where's the report? Do y'all remember that? And I was like, where's the report? Where did it go? And I stopped dead in my tracks and I called the Southern Baptist Convention. I forgot to tell y'all, his ass called me back. His ass called me back. And do you know what he told me the reason was? The Southern Baptist Convention took the report down. Do you know why? Because they were being sued by the men where the allegations were alleged, and they were paying out too much money, so they took the report down. That's what he told me. We had a long ass conversation.
You can be sued for reporting something that is true.
So they was sued because they reported the allegations. It was a civil court case. And so basically what I said to him is, oh, okay, so again, you all chose money over women. He said, no. And I said, that's what you're saying. You're telling me that for the Southern Baptist Convention, your bank account was more important than the well-being of the victims. You basically just said to the victims that we don't matter more than your bank account does. Well, Dani, that's not what I meant. Well, that's what you said. Well, we do a lot now to prevent sexual abuse. Really? What do you do? Well, we have things that say like, that one person can't be allowed alone. And I said, really? Have you ever been to Vacation Bible School? There are lots of times when you have a volunteer that doesn't show up and all of a sudden you got one person with 20 kids. What are you doing? Don't tell me about your policy that's supposed to be proactive. Tell me about the validity of the women who have already experienced it. Why can't I look up to see in this area, in this church, if this person has an accusation, has an allegation? Why? This is the part that irritates my soul. This is a society that chooses their bank accounts and their egos over women every day. You choose your bank accounts and you choose your egos over the health and the well-being of women every day. And then expect us to have your babies and populate your earth. And then you got the nerve to talk about submit. You know what's crazy? If we talk about, because I would hazard a guess. Feel free to correct me, James, if I'm wrong. But the whole head of the household things that you're talking about, you get that from the Bible, right? Men are the head of the house and women should submit. Is that what you're saying, right? Right? That's what it comes from Christianity, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you something because it's really important. All right. So I love the fact that people go to, and for anybody that's listening, I'm at Ephesians chapter 5. And everybody loves to quote verse 22. Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do to the Lord. People love that. Back up one verse. Guess what it says? Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. That's the first thing it says. It starts at verse 21, where it says, submit yourselves to one another. That's the very first thing that it says. Okay. And then it says, and I'm just going to read it. Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, of which he is the Savior. Now listen to this. Now, as the church submits to Christ, also should wives submit to their husbands. But then it goes on to say this. Husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, to make her holy and cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present herself as a radiant church without stain or wrinkle. I'm going to ask you, how many men are loving their wives as Christ loved the church? I don't know not ne'er man that will walk his ass up on a cross for a woman. I don't know not near man that will sacrifice himself for a woman. I'm going to finish speaking.
Okay.
And then it says in verse 28, in the same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. I don't know not a single man that cherishes his wife the way he does his own body. If he did, you would not be sitting up here, and I'm talking about men sexually assaulting women. And then it says, he who loves his wife loves himself. After all, no one ever hated their own body, but they feed and care for their body just as Jesus Christ does the church. That's what it says. And you know what's even crazy? It ends by saying this: each one of you must also love his wife as he loves himself. It talks about women submitting, but it talks about men loving their wives as Christ far more often than it talks about women submitting. And by the way, it is a reciprocal relationship. If you are not loving her as Christ loved the church, don't expect submission, because there's nothing to respect and there's nothing to submit to. Y'all act like y'all people are supposed to submit and y'all don't even know how to lead. The fuck out of here. Y'all want to talk about wives submit, and you forget the whole love the wife as Christ loved the church. You forget the whole love the wife as you love yourself. You forget the whole love the wife as you love your body.
I don't think all of us forget that.
I am telling you. So you know what it is to speak in generalities. You were an educator. You know what it is to speak in generalities and not totalities. So don't act like you don't know the difference, because you do.
Right.
Okay.
I do.
Right. And you know that I'm speaking in generalities for a reason.
Right.
And what I will say, though, is based on the statistics.
I think a lot of men who love their wives and their families who are willing to give their lives up for them.
And there are a lot of men who love their wives and their families who are, and there are a lot of men who love their wives and love their children who also sexually assault them and other women.
I wouldn't say that wasn't true.
Right, because you cannot, because it is. A man's ability to love his wife has nothing to do with whether or not he's a predator.
I don't think well, you're right, isn't it? I'm just...
It is the same way white slaveholders could have sex and children with black women and still be racist as fuck and beat the skin off our backs. The presence of women in your life does not exclude the presence and the existence of sexism and misogyny. The same way the presence of black people in white people's lives does not exclude them and eliminate the racism.
I agree.
And you know what's crazy? And I'm not picking on you. I want you to hear me. This is the thing that I think is wild. You said that when you raised your daughter, you taught her how to handle men, which means that phrasing tells me that you know men are an issue that she will have to handle. And in knowing that, it never occurred to you to figure out how you might impact that issue for her. It never occurred to you to dig any deeper to find out what she might encounter.
Well, first and foremost, my daughter was born when I was 16. I've only had one child. And she was born when I was 16. So certainly as she became older and we were very close to each other's age, I informed her of what men did or said to get the things they ultimately wanted, and how she needed to protect herself from just falling prey to young men, because I was one of those young men who played sports and thought he was entitled. And I got a baby at an early age. But I didn't see myself as being abusive or a sexist. I was just a young man who was very active or attracted to women.
So I just want to point out your language. So you said you felt entitled. Entitled to what, James?
Entitled because I was popular.
But entitled to what?
To having connections.
What do you mean by connections? Be specific.
Young men just talk them ways into things.
Entitled to what? So do you understand when you talk about manipulation, when you talk about that, you are talking about a lack of respect for consent? Well, I'm using your word, James. I'm using your word. I'm using your words. You said you felt entitled. And what you mean is entitled. You felt entitled to sexual relations with women. And I know that you did, because then you turned right around and said you told your daughter not to fall prey because you knew that men were predators.
Well, maybe I shouldn't say predators. They were aggressive.
No, it doesn't. That's a predator. When you say you told your daughter not to fall prey, that means you know that men were the predators. And you know because you yourself felt entitled. And it is that mindset, feeling entitled to sexual relations, is the mindset of a predator. I'm not saying that's who you are today. I am telling you by your own words, that is exactly who you were.
That was an adolescent.
Did you hear me say, I do not want an excuse? You cannot tell me that it's 16 years old, because I know adolescents. I got one sitting in here right now, and I'll promise you my grandson doesn't feel entitled to have relations. My grandson does not feel entitled to have relations with girls.
It is, during that time, it is what people become accustomed to thinking because they happen to be popular and they happen to be athletes. And people like them.
Doesn't make you entitled.
But that was commonly how athletes.
Right, which is why I said it's all fucking men. It's crazy. You just said to me it's not all men, but then you said, but it was common. We were all this way. I know.
No, I'm just saying.
I know. You listen, you can't do that. You cannot say it was common. We all thought this way, and then try to tell me it's not all men. Yes, it is. And you are literally describing exactly what I'm telling you it is.
I was just talking about athletes. I didn't say all men.
I just want you to watch something, James. I just want you to watch something. If you are a woman in this chat, you too, Tootie, do me a favor and put a yellow heart if you have ever just been sexually harassed. A yellow heart for being sexually harassed. Just harassed. Yellow hearts only. Now I want you to add a brown heart if you have ever been sexually assaulted. Not necessarily penetrated or whatever, but brown hearts for being assaulted. And then I want you to add a black heart if you've ever been raped. If you could see all the hearts that I'm seeing, because I'm seeing hearts on Facebook, I'm seeing hearts on YouTube, I'm seeing hearts on TikTok. This is why the laughter is irritating, even if the laughter is because you're uncomfortable. Yeah, he left, y'all. This is why when we talk about the patriarchy and toxic masculinity, this is why we choose the bear. This is why we say it has to change. This is why when you say to me, well, what rights do men have that women don't have? If I did the same test with men, it would not be the same. If I did the same test with men, it's not the same. No worries, Carla, you're all good. And I bet you that if this many men had been violated the way women have, we'd have different laws. We'd have different structure. We'd have a different society. You've never said it out loud, Brandy? Well, thank you for saying it out loud. I'm okay. And it is 100% true when they say, well, men are the protectors. Exactly, Heidi. From who? Who are you protecting us from? If all the men disappeared, we would be okay, beloved. This is why I ask, how many men do you know that have ever been a violator? And the answer is always no. The answer is none. Appreciate that, Jeff. And let me be clear, it does happen to men. It just happens at a much lower degree. And this is the frustration that people have. It's crazy that we sit in a society that always wants to victimize, to blame the victims. You blame women, you blame children, you blame the elderly, you blame the poor, you blame everybody except the perpetrators, except the predators. I said this before and I'm going to say it again. We are in the middle of a transition to where this will no longer be the case. I'm okay, Raja. I'm okay, Raja. And I know what it is. I'm Gen X. I am Gen X. So I know the society that he's describing. I grew up in it. But that society is not anymore. Kids today know so much better. They do. You all think kids today are weak. They are so strong and they are so smart. And they respect the differences of all people. You call these kids snowflakes, and y'all couldn't drink out the same fucking water fountain as black people. You call them snowflakes, but men couldn't do the same thing as women. They are knowledgeable. They have emotional intelligence. They are taught emotional regulation. You okay, baby?
Yeah, we're leaving.
Okay. This one going too?
Yeah.
That one, right? Yeah. Okay. She might want to put on clothes, them pajamas. She got an outfit on her bed though.
Yeah, we'll bring some clothes.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm just putting stuff.
At 3, we're supposed to go. You going?
Because I needed to finish.
Okay.
Stuff, but
I got you.
I am going to. Okay, that's good to know. So then I'll just take your clothes.
I mean, I say 3. It might be 4, 3 or 4, because after that, Dominic wants Luke to spend the night.
Oh, that would be fun.
Right.
Bella, can you ask Bella if you put your slush yet? I don't see it.
Yeah. Thank you, Shimmy. Because, yeah, you know, Raj would be all about that life. Raj is like, who upset Dani? I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel. Can I also get a mod real quick? Because I just need to empty my bladder while I bring folks up. I just need to do that really quickly.
That's why I wanted to continue my childhood for all these years. That's an answer I got. That's the answer I got from continue to.
I don't think he knew he was up here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, Tracy, she just came in from work. And the girls are going over to hang out with her for a little bit. Okay, so can I get a mod real quick to just give me a quick mod announcement while I run to the restroom and then come right back? You know what? Right, Gio. Thank you, Cam. I'll be right back.
Hey everyone. I have not been here most of the live because I've been doing other things. So I'm just now pretty much tuning in after the last 10 minutes or so. So I'm sure I missed a lot, but please tap and share out the live. I see around 500 shares. So please go ahead and share out the live, help push Dani back out with the algorithm. Continue to tap. I'm not sure how much longer Dani will be here on TikTok with us, or not just TikTok, but YouTube, all the places. But at least on TikTok, if you guys can try to get to 500K before she signs out for the day, that would be great. Looks like we're hovering around 350K. So if we can get it out to 500K at least before she signs off for the day, that would be great. And then if you could just, I'll make you a copy of James real quick. Yeah, tap and share out the live. Trying to think if I'm missing anything. Yeah, Dani will be back in just a few minutes. But yeah, I was here in the morning and then I was gone for about an hour or two. So just tuning back in. Oh no, I don't need any gifts, guys. You guys can save them for Dani or whoever. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Peacekeeper. Please send your daily heart me if you haven't already done that. And let's TikTok know that we're live and engaged and all that good stuff. Yes, thank you for the one and only. Another thing is Project for the People. We have our meeting. We should have our meeting this week, I believe, on Thursday. Dani will be back probably pretty soon. So
I am back.
If you're already signed up, you know the meeting is on Thursday. If you haven't signed up, I'm sure Dani will inform you about Project for the People. You know, maybe not right now, but yeah, we'll talk about it later. But so if you know, go ahead and go to the meeting on Thursday. But if you're not sure what I'm talking about, you can go to her link tree to kind of poke around and find it there. But if not, she'll mention it. You know, today's live or tomorrow's live. So
yeah, I'm pretty fat. Scotty, I had to go.
If you know, you know.
Thank you, Cam. Appreciate you so much. All right. Yeah, no, Scotty said I went to the bathroom fast, and I was like, yeah, because I had to go. I had to go. So before I talk about what Cam was talking about in Project for the People, James is back, and so is Discourse Man, and so I want to give them an opportunity to join the conversation as well. And Danikins, how do you all feel about just me letting Raja hold a space? How do y'all feel about that? I know it might do something in terms of requests and stuff, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. Yeah, that's the way I feel. Always, I feel the same. So, Raja, up. Did y'all like that? Raja, up. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I gotcha. Yes, righteous giggles. Do y'all see him? Because I don't see him. There you go. Cam got him. Okay, awesome. All right. So thanks, Cam. I saw you got him. All right. So hella, Raja. I miss you, Raja. Okay, so James, and I'll let James come in, and then
miss you, Dani.
Miss you, Raja.
How are you, Dani?
I'm good, Anaya.
Yeah.
So have you ever met Raja?
Always
Hold on.
the best Dani.
So this is Raja in Gaza. Hold on, this, the kid's mom. So look, there he is.
Best Dani.
So it's my daughter, Raja. See, I don't know how to say daughter, so I don't know how to say daughter, Shimmy. Okay.
Okay. Shimmy. How are you, Shimmy?
Yeah. So folks.
Up, Shimmy, come up.
He said, "Come up, Shimmy."
Up, Shimmy.
See, Raja took over the law. Let me see if I can do this real quick, and then I'll expand me. Okay, there we go. That works. Yeah, Candy Kiss, I know. All right, so you guys, Raja is a friend of ours who is in Gaza, and things in Gaza is they are very rough. There's still a lot of bombings that are happening in Gaza. Israel has pretty much taken over the West Bank. So let me see. Raja, what's wrong with your hand? Raja, what's wrong with your hand? Well, it didn't do right. I'm trying to. It's not doing what I want it to do. There we go. Raja, let me see your hands. Yeah. He's muted. Appreciate you, Kat.
Alhamdulillah, fine. من المية حمل المية. The water.
Yeah, carrying the water. Okay, I got you.
Alhamdulillah, كويس.
Okay, so Kois, he's saying he's okay. But yeah.
Thank you, Dani. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, so I want to give James an opportunity to speak, and then Discourse Man, and then Cheryl. So, James.
I think of this as an opportunity because you're always educating people. So I guess I'm first one to say I don't run away from education, and I'm always honest. So if something happened, like I got kicked off, I didn't think you kicked. I might have touched something and I got kicked off, but I don't run away from education, and I don't run away from the truth. And so that's why I give it to you, even when it may not be in my best interest to say it. But I share it because it's real, and I know I grew from then to now. But it is, I may think more positive of what my position is than the reality of what you see. But I recognize that it is all, even in college, I wanted to be a provider and a protector. When you say protecting, I didn't want my wife to have to work. I wanted her to want to work. And not because I couldn't be a good provider. And I think men are men who want to be good Christian men. And I wanted to be a good Christian man, though I wasn't successful as a married man. But it wasn't because I didn't behave like a Christian man. There's a lot more to marriage than some of the things that destroy marriage, because melting two people together is a difficult thing to do, even when you may think you're living in a appropriate way. And though I recognize that men can be evil in some ways and behaviors, I think there are some of us who try to be decent and who want women to be their equal, or who think women are their equal.
So first of all, I know that you don't run from education. I know that you're honest, even when it is not the best look. I get that. What I would say, though, is that this is where I feel, yeah, Shimmy, that's what I got from it. I interpreted Roger pretty good. I thought he said from carrying the water. Thank you. So let me.
Thank you, Shimmy.
So here's my thing. You said you wanted to be a provider. And what is sad for men, especially Gen X and boomers, right, is that you have been taught to equate provision to finances. Men aren't taught to provide emotional security, emotional balance, emotional regulation, emotional security, emotional safety. You're taught that it's about your finances. And the reality is women are smart enough to make as much money as we make if men would get the fuck out of our way. If women had equitable access and equal pay for equal work, we don't need men to financially provide. Okay? And that's one of the reasons why this administration and certain types of men and institutions don't want women to have economic access and economic freedom, because then that means that there are a fair number of men who have nothing else to bring to the table, because they are taught that their only value is in their monetary provision. And that's what makes it sad. And I'm going to tell you this. If you said to me, I could be rich, or I could be raped, or I could be poor, or I could be raped, I would choose poor.
You choose poor more than rich?
If the cost was being raped, yes.
Okay. Okay, so you meant if you chose you equated being rich and rape and being poor and unraped. is what you said.
Right.
Okay.
100%. But we live in a society. But sorry, I didn't mean to hit that, James. We live in a society that equates for women financial security or relationship with men with like it's a transaction. Women should just put up with whatever happens to them, right? Because the man is the head of the house and he makes the money. Literally, the vice president of the United States of America said that women should stay in marriages even if they're abusive. It's crazy work. And the thing is that the majority of society has woken up and that's no longer the case. The systems have to change because the people have changed and the mindset for the majority of people have changed. And so whether men like it or not, there are two things that are in the death rattle stage, that death rally stage, and that would be the patriarchy and racism. They are on their way out. And it will be women that usher them out. And the men who actually know their own value, and the women who, and the men who truly see the value of women, they will be just fine. The men whose egos are attached to being the head or in this position or whatever, those men will struggle. And the thing that I will say is that you'll be okay because we will give you universal health care. So, just saying. At least you'll be able to go to therapy and figure it out. So, Discourse Man, you want to hop in here?
Hello. I wasn't sure if I misread the prompt or wrong, but from what I saw, it said, "Can men end sexism?" Is that correct?
So this was a conversation. That's part of the conversation that James and I were having earlier. So, yeah.
Okay. Because honestly, the reason that I would say no would only be because I feel the patriarchy's effect has spread so far that I guess the best way to put it is this. When a patriarchal man, a man who really embodies the worst of toxic masculinity, has a daughter, he passes on all of that stuff to his daughter so that if that daughter ever has a son herself, she can pass on what he felt. And I feel that becomes just like a really, really wide issue in terms of stopping it universally. But overall, I do think men have a lot more work to do. And honestly, listening to y'all conversation about like men and how to stop them from assaulting people and whatnot, because of the work I do, I feel like I can actually kind of give an answer to that question. Because in my mind, the most important thing to do is to reach boys when they're still boys, when they're young. Because unfortunately, in my experience, I've learned that you can't teach an old dog, new tricks. And that might leave you with the question of, well, what do you do with the old dog? What do you do to the person that doesn't learn? In all honesty, it's a struggle to find a non-violent solution for those people. But unfortunately, I think there's just a high number of people who kind of got to just go. Like, in terms of trying to teach people not to assault others, not to violate boundaries in the spaces of women and whatnot, there are a lot of individuals who are willing to learn, but I've learned there are unfortunately too many people who are set in their ways. And it's not even just that they're set in their ways. I've been using this term a lot, but it's I learned that there's ordered thinking. And a lot of these people who don't understand seem to be first order thinkers. It's like they understand, they don't really see women beyond what a woman can do for them in any kind of way. They see women as something to consume versus somebody. They don't see other individuals. So I've unfortunately learned that when a lot of those men start, behaving in a very predatory kind of manner, they end up not being able to stop because, I don't know, it's like they're missing something cognitively that should enable them to be able to stop. So overall, I definitely understand like the challenges and whatnot. And overall, nobody wants to consider violence like, oh, but honestly, I think stricter, harsher punishments is the way to go for older people who need to learn that lesson.
So, what evidence do you have besides an old saying that you can't teach old dog new tricks to support your theory?
Honestly, just trying outreach and trying to speak to folks, and because you definitely meet some weirdos. I remember you asked like, oh, how many guys would admit they'd have met somebody who was like that? I've met people who are like that. It is a scary experience too, especially when you're younger, because I feel a lot of times if you don't know that there are people like that in your environment and they just spring it on you, it can be really a lot to digest right then and there.
I think, but what I was specifically talking to was the ageism that's present in your argument, right? Yeah. And so I'm asking you, what data and what evidence do you have to support the thought that, quote unquote, you can't teach an old dog new tricks? That's what I'm asking.
I don't have any statistical evidence, obviously. Honestly, I don't have any statistical evidence to support it. Just lived-in experiences. And I know I might be dismissing what older folks might be capable of. And I guess it is kind of ageist. But overall, I think it's just like when talking to like a younger person and getting them to understand why they shouldn't do certain things. I notice a lot of them come around, but like a lot of the older folks, they be so set in their ways that, I don't know, it's like trying to push against the wall. Like, oh, you shouldn't do this, didn't do that. And they always have an excuse. Honestly, pardon if I'm not, I'm stumbling over my words just a little bit, but.
No, it's okay. I just always find it, so it's always interesting to me when we are talking about discriminatory practices and someone's solution for some discriminatory issue involves discriminating against another group of people. So that's what I hear you saying, right? So we're talking about solutions for sexism, and your solution for sexism is to discriminate against old people. And so that's what I'm saying. I always pay attention to that type of language, because it's the same thing as the conversation that I'm having with James. So James is having a difficult time digesting the information and what we're saying around sexism. So I related it to racism, right? And in your conversation and talking about racism, you've now, you've now demonstrated ageism. And so it's just interesting to see the discriminatory groups like literally just laid out in real time.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's because I have way more faith in like the youth than I do in like the older generations. I guess I always look at it like with the youth, this is a chance for a younger mind to be molded into something better. But for the older folks, I'm gonna be honest, I do think I can be kind of ageist. I really don't have like a lot of faith in, old dogs learning new tricks. But honestly, I'm not even gonna say I could be very wrong. I definitely have like a bias against that. But honestly, I think that's one thing about experience. Like sometimes, we only experience things from a first person perspective. And from my experience, I've had this issue, but that doesn't mean this issue is universal. You know what I mean? So I can definitely see how I can be wrong here.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate it. Cheryl, you want to pop in?
All right. You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It's in the same conversation, but going back when you were asking people, I just wanted to put in the point too that those who have been essayed or raped, the percentage of those that also end up in pregnancy. And one of those, because we're also battling having our bodily autonomy and our rights. People have no idea how many result in pregnancy, and the percentage of those that get AB are due to that. And part of that reasoning is they don't know is because even the statistics aren't correct because of the lack of women who come forward and report due to the issues with that as well, and the discrimination they receive, and more misogyny and all the things, victim blaming, all the stuff. So I just wanted to point out again that all the intersections of that type of conversation, that again, AB is healthcare.
It is 100%.
Yeah.
No, and that's why I keep talking about the intersectionality of all of it, because it is there and it shows up in a multitude of ways. And what I try to do is relate one area to the area that someone is impacted by. So with James, if I'm going to talk about racism, then if I'm going to talk about sexism, I'm going to relate it to racism because I know he understands that issue, right? And it's the best chance that I have of a parallel demonstration to be able to kind of say, this is what I'm talking about, and this is how it shows up for you in this way, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I know for, given my situation today, if what happened to me then was today, I would have not had that option today.
Correct. 100%.
My life would be completely different. And that really, it doesn't sadden me, it angers me. Because I know that that's the situation for many other people who are in the position now that I was then. And, we need to rectify this, which is what we're all working towards.
Yep.
I did have one question for discourse. I asked in the chat, how many opportunities or positions have you been in to have conversations with elders? This is something I do regularly. And while for myself, my own experience, it definitely takes more time and effort, I find, than it does with somebody who is younger than me. And I'm probably your elder because I'll be, I'm almost 50, but I'm talking about people older than me. But I'm absolutely able to have these conversations and bring along understanding. And I've definitely changed many minds in many different areas with these conversations. It just takes a lot more effort, I will admit, but I was wondering how much time have you had in that situation? How many opportunities? That might be part of what's skewing your viewpoint too.
Honestly, I would say that I get a lot of opportunities. I mean, I don't want to share too much details about my personal life, but I get a decent amount of opportunities to interact. And honestly, the more I reflect on it, there's definitely some folks who change their minds about things. And even beyond just this topic, I just find that you get a lot of folks who are more concerned with defending, I don't know how to put it, like tradition. They're too busy trying to defend behaviors they don't want to change. And it becomes transparent to a certain level. Like, it becomes obvious when somebody's arguing, mostly because, they don't want to change their behaviors. They're not really trying to see your viewpoint. They're not really, and how do I put it? Some people are talking with you. Some people are talking at you. They're telling you what they want you to know, but they're not interested in hearing back what you have to say. And I get a lot of that. So I don't know. And it kind of, and especially with this topic, it becomes kind of scary because when you're dealing with somebody who doesn't stuff like consent or, you're making people uncomfortable with this behavior, this or that, in a real life situation kind of circumstance, it does make you feel like, am I going to hurt this person? Where's this going to get to? Especially if they're not rational enough to understand how their actions impact others,
Right. No, I understand.
One of the issues though might be, say I'm 66, and you have to recognize that I lived through different times and when women have had different sets of rights. When I was born in 1960, a woman didn't have the right to say no to her husband. And I was aware of those things as I go older, and then we got to the point where women could say that. It could actually have been arrested for violating their rights, even though he was her husband. So at 66, I've seen the world change, and change their thoughts related to women's rights. And I accept that. But that doesn't change that I went through a period where women had to fight for their rights. I'm aware of that.
Women are still fighting for their rights.
Still fighting.
Right, but I'm saying that I lived in a time where my mother had different rights than women have now.
So handsome.
And I was aware of how she lived and how she felt, even though she was a working woman. She was an educator.
Do you recognize not only that we're still fighting, but also the changes that are trying to revert us back to the time of what you said you saw growing up? Do you see that happening?
And I do, and I'm still in favor. I'm not one looking back and trying to revert those rights, because I've accepted where we've gone, and I believe in the direction we've headed.
But do you support, are you fighting for it to not go backwards? Are you, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing to prevent this from happening?
I'm a Democrat, and I believe in everybody's rights. Even though I feel uncomfortable, and Dani and I've had the conversation related to the change in this, men, women, men thing, and the beat, all those letters. I believe in their rights, even though I'm uncomfortable with them.
So wait, I'm going to stop. I'm going to pause because I do this every time, and I'm going to do it again right now. James, if I ask you to right now, could you tell me your telephone number?
Yes.
Can you spell your first and last name?
Yes.
So then your ass can know LGBTQIA. And at the very least, you can do LGBTQ. You can do that. I'm very clear. I don't know why this thing is doing this. I don't like it when you say, and when I say you, I'm talking about all people. If you are an individual that is saying something to the effect of, I can't do all those letters, you are dismissing and you are not being an ally. This thing just went really crazy on me, y'all. Sorry. And that's important. It dismisses and ignores the validity of those group of people, as in, like, their identity isn't worth taking the time to know the letters. And it's not difficult. It's literally 7 letters. And if you, as an adult and a former educator, cannot memorize 7 letters in a certain sequence of events, then there's a problem with your education.
Can I add that?
Nope. Hold on a second. Right? It's that you don't want to take the time. It's that you're not acknowledging that it's important. It's the same thing. If people gonna walk around still calling you boy, how about if everybody just started calling you? Everybody keeps James. Every time you come in, you can just be colored boy. Because I don't want to take the time to learn Black American or James or African American. You can just be colored boy. You get how that would be dismissive.
Yes.
Right. So LGBTQ plus. I'm just saying, this is part. So this is what I mean, James, when I talk about, we know when people are just accepted. So listen, so when I hear you talk, James, what I automatically hear is I hear white people talking about racism. Oh, they just accepted that we're integrated now. And they think they think that was the right thing to do for us to be integrated. They think it's okay. Right. But they're not gonna take the time to learn how to be anti-racist or to deconstruct. They're not any of those types of things, right? And that's what I hear. And so this is my challenge to you: is whenever you're talking about other minority groups, whether it is members of the LGBTQIA community, whether it is women, whether it is the disabled community, any of those things, Listen to the way that you're speaking about it, because and then relate it to how white people talk about racism. And that's going to immediately give you the context and of like where your position is, and reveal opportunities for you to improve on how you show up in the world.
I'll give it some thought.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Yeah, baby. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I'll text her as soon as I get off. I'm almost done, baby. So, folks, it's not difficult. It's literally do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's not difficult. It's how do I want, for the things and the issues that matter to me, that impact me directly, how do I want someone to show up for me? Do I want people to be able to show up for me in a way that says they see me, they hear me, they acknowledge me, I am included, I am recognized, I am seen? You know what it feels like as a Black man to not feel seen, right? And so what I'm offering is making an effort to ensure that other communities don't feel that way as well around you. That's it. I don't think that it's difficult, right? Same thing when using the word female. I would never, I just would never, like, I would not be like, boy. Mm-mm. I wouldn't. Right? And so, like, if we simply do those small things, we will create a different society that is greatly needed. 100%. It's getting late there, my friend. I knew he knew I was doing it to him. That was me sticking my tongue out at Raja. I'm just saying, folks, when we talk about where we're going and how we create a country that works for the majority of all people, this is why I say it's not just about winning elections. Winning elections is important, and it's critical, and it's crucial, and we will do it, right? And we have to have conversations in our communities, in our neighborhood, in our communities, in our families, and in our online communities that build connection, right? And those connections have to be about the issues that actually matter, right? Because that's what changes hearts and minds over time. And we have to change hearts and minds over time, or we will always be onto this pendulum back and forth trying to win elections. And then government accountability will always be dependent upon who's in power at a particular moment in time. And it cannot be that way. And that brings me to my last point. Yeah, Carly, he saw my whole face and was like, what's wrong with Dani? What's wrong with Dani? So I'm gonna share this really quickly before I wrap it up. I've been on here for a long time. Okay. Good God, maybe 5 hours almost. So I'm going to share this with you all. I believe that we have to get serious about winning elections. And when I say we, I mean progressives. Progressives mean that it's going to be the Democratic Party, not because I love the Democratic Party, not because I think they're infallible. It's simply they are the best shot at getting one step closer to the society and the country that I desire to create. Okay. So that's that. Next is about having conversations in our communities and across the board. So what I have done is I have taken the time to put together a ton of resources and graphics and flyers and information for you to be able to share with the people in your lives and the people across social media and with your elected officials and all of that. People are having get-togethers and donuts and democracy, caftans and cocktails. People are going to fairs and festivals and community forums and community centers, public libraries, all of those types of things. And so the resources that I have created are graphics that outline for you the impact of Medicaid loss, SNAP loss, ACA tax subsidy premiums expiring, data centers, both on the state level and by congressional district, poverty levels in your state, voter registration deadlines in your state. All of those things are graphics that I've put together in a Google Drive. I've also put together potential legislations, right? So when we talk about potential legislations, there's actually a bill that's been done by Hawaii that is signed into law that limits the powers of artificial persons meaning corporations. So Hawaii's law limits the amount of super PAC and dark money that can now be in their state and local politics. Every state could pass that same law. New Mexico's law that makes it illegal, even under the color of law, to put armed troops at election places and polling locations and any of those types of things, right? That's in there. And so there's a mechanism and there's a way for us to be able to get petitions signed. I've got sample petitions along with the legislation in my drive. Why? So that collectively we can demand power. We can have power and we can demand that things be done. So there are 3,100 counties in this country. We've been at this for 4 months. And in 4 months, we have at least one person in 525 counties across the country. We are approaching 1,500 people that have joined in Project for the People. This is about people. This is about community, us, citizen-led. That's it. And so if you want to find out more, if you want to have access to the resources, we meet every other Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We meet this Thursday, as a matter of fact. We role play, we go over the graphics, we talk about strategies and all those types of things. You'll get an invitation to do that. If you go to makingamericatruly.great.com, fill out the information, you will get an email from me that gives you access to my Google Drive. And here's all I'm going to say about that. Please operate with integrity. Do not share the Google Drive. Share what's in the Google Drive, but don't share the Google Drive. Share makingamericatruly.great.com because I'm tracking all of the people that are registering so that I can see where we are. Like I know right now that we are in 35 counties out of North Carolina's 100 counties. We're in more than a third of the state of North Carolina. That's the kind of thing that you can build on and make power happen, right? And if I just give you, it's crazy, but I'll share with you some of the states where we have the most participants. So in California, we're in 27 counties. In Florida, we're in 29 counties. In Georgia, we're in 29 counties. In Louisiana, we're in 15 parishes. In Michigan, we're in 16 counties. In New Jersey, we're in 14 counties. In New York, we're in 23 counties. We're in Tennessee, we are in 24 counties. By the way, y'all, Tennessee only has 95 counties. So we are in more than a fourth of the state of Tennessee, which is one of the reddest states in the country. So, hoo-ah. Texas, we are in 31 counties. Virginia, we are in 22 counties. So this is a movement that is growing. So again, don't remove the watermarks. Operate with integrity, because here's all I'm going to say is I put out really, really good energy. And what you don't want to do is do some fuck shit to me and have karma come for you. Okay. Just don't. I don't want to have any negative energy come your way. So don't bring any my way, because that karma will get that ass. Okay. So, I'll give you just a couple of more before I go really quick. You ready? Alabama, we are in 11 counties. I'm going to do all double digits. Alabama, we're in 11 counties. Illinois, we're in 11 counties. Appreciate you. Illinois, 11 counties. Indiana, 15 counties. Louisiana, I said 15 already. Maryland, we are in 12 counties. Missouri, we are in 12 counties. New Jersey, I already said 14. New York, 23. North Carolina, 35. Ohio, 19 counties in Ohio. Oklahoma, 10 counties in Oklahoma. Pennsylvania, 21 counties. South Carolina, 12 counties. Washington State, 11 counties, and Wisconsin, 11 counties. So those are all of the states that have double digits in terms of the number of counties that we are in.
Why you say, so you all right? You sitting in the dark?
He didn't mean to come off mute. So anyway, yeah. So if you want to know what we're about, we don't just sit on the internet and gripe and complain or argue and debate. We are actually about doing things that actually matter. And there's a plan. And there's a plan for getting the ERA added to the Constitution. There is a plan for reverse engineering the One Big Beautiful Bill and using budget reconciliation to get help back to the people. There is a plan for government accountability for cabinet members. There is a plan for expanding the Supreme Court. There is a plan for removing the cap off of Social Security contributions. There is a plan for term limits for the Supreme Court and federally appointed judges. There is a plan for that. There is a 2.5-year plan as part of Project for the People that will help stabilize the country and give us a functioning democratic republic, constitutional republic that works for the benefit of working class people. Okay, so that is what we do. Make sure that you're following me across the socials. I am at the Dani Cook. The podcast relaunches in 1 week, which I'm excited about. It is the Dani Cook Show. If you want to kind of prime the space for it, go to wherever you listen to podcasts, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, iHeart, wherever you listen, and go listen. And you can listen to previous episodes and download the Dani Cook Show, the podcast, and then there'll be one episode a week moving forward in a week. All right. So that's all I got, folks. It's been about 5 hours now. Your girl's gonna go. I'm gonna clean house, take the kiddos, have some fun, and then I gotta do school supplies and all that shit. So I will see you all tomorrow morning right here for another live, and then I will see you this Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm on YouTube already, Funny Face. So right now I've been live on YouTube, Substack, Twitch, and Facebook, along with TikTok today. I started at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, give or take a few minutes. Okay. Raja, in Tegalbi, Raja. In Tegalbi. Love you, friend. All right. You guys have a good one. I will see you later.
Thank you, Dani.
Yep. Bye, guys.
My father.
Oh, let me see.
Dani.
Hello, Vivi. Yeah.